All good? Yep. Making me nervous here. We might get started straight away. Can I thank everyone for being here today? And our first part of this meeting is the management of non-compliance with the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 for unapproved therapeutic goods. And I'd like to thank the Department of Health and Aged Care and the ANAO for being with us today. I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Committee of the Public Accounts and Audit for the inquiry into the administration of Commonwealth regulations, and I thank the witnesses for being here today. Perhaps if I could ask you to introduce yourselves and let us know what you do.
Tracy Lutton, Health Products Regulation Group, or TGA, and Assistant Secretary of the Regulatory Compliance Branch.
Jennifer Sellers, I'm a Director in the Regulatory Compliance Branch.
Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group.
Rona Mellor, Deputy Auditor General.
Caroline McLeish, Auditor General. Carla Jago, Acting Deputy Auditor General.
Thank you all very much. You've all been on this rodeo before, so there's some formalities I need to go through. I call you, the representatives of the Department of Health and Aged Care and the Australian National Audit Office. For the Hansard record, we've done that. The hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I remind committee members that public officials should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to superior officers or a minister. However, this does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and accompanied by a statement setting out the basis of the claim. I remind all present that as Chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. I'd like to invite any opening statements if you have them.
We have provided an opening statement as part of our submission, so I'm very happy to read that for Hansard.
That would be helpful.
That's a preference. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Department of Health and Aged Care's submission into the inquiry into the administration of Commonwealth regulations. Today I will speak to the audit which examined the management of non-compliance with the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 for unapproved therapeutic goods. Safeguarding the health of Australians is a core function of the department, and we take non-compliance with the Act very seriously. The TGA work aims to monitor compliance with the Act through timely, effective, risk-proportionate regulation of therapeutic goods and control of drug imports, exports, advertising and production. In the 2023 to 24 financial year, the TGA issued over 7,000 warning letters across 13,000 cases for unlawful import, supply and advertising of therapeutic goods, seized over 8 million goods for unlawful import, sent close to 5,000 content removal requests for unlawful advertising of therapeutic goods on digital platforms, issued over 150 infringement notices and finalised over 10,000 cases. This level of compliance response is achieved by adopting a continuous improvement approach to regulatory compliance processes. In line with this overall, the ANAO found the department to be largely effective in its management of non-compliance with the Act. We welcomed all recommendations and so far have implemented 4 of the 6 made by the Auditor General. Implementation of these recommendations ensures that investigators and investigative practices are well supported and documented through process, policy, document management, appropriate qualifications and overarching review processes. The Department has also undertaken improvement opportunities to inform key activities needed to strengthen our regulatory compliance response. These activities strengthen our position to assess compliance risk under the broader regulatory landscape and act promptly on non-compliance with the therapeutic goods. We continue to review processes and management of regulatory compliance activities in line with already adopted continuous improvement practices. I thank the Auditor-General and the auditors for their work in making recommendations to achieve optimal efficiencies and effectiveness, and I also thank you today for the opportunity to speak and provide further information on our response to the Auditor-General's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As Senator Reynolds often reminds witnesses that this is not Senate estimates, and it's a discussion as much as anything. And our collective goal, of course, is to make things better and to be accountable to the Parliament. So in saying that, thank you once again for your opening statement. I'll ask the committee if there's any lines to pursue. I have a couple of questions which I'll keep to later, and this session will finish about 9:45.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, and thanks for the opening statement. I might actually start off with the ANAO if I could, and then I'll come, because it's not that often in this committee that we actually get some reasonably positive findings and enthusiasm for reform and continuous improvement. So I was just wondering, from the ANO's perspective, if you could provide us a bit of an overview of what you found that had gone right in terms of the reforms, and yes, kick off that way.
So the
is your microphone working?
I think it is, yeah. So the overall finding of the audit was that the Department's management of non-compliance for unapproved therapeutic goods was largely effective. I think probably some of the main positive findings were around the establishment of the compliance approach, the fact that it was risk-based, that they had established compliance priorities, which they then followed. In terms of identifying breaches of the Act, the Department had a process of responding to tip-offs that was largely effective, so that reactive identification of non-compliance was effective. In relation to more proactive methods of identifying non-compliance, there were also activities underway, and in particular in terms of engagement with digital platforms. Stakeholder engagement was another positive finding in the audit, and the conduct of investigations once non-compliance had been identified was also largely effective. I think, having said that, that's probably some of the areas where we saw potential for improvement was just around the documentation of procedures, standard operating procedures, and the kind of more day-to-day documentation of the approach and record keeping could have been improved. But overall, the approach was risk-based and proactive.
Thank you. If I could ask my first question. So from the department's perspective and the TGA's perspective, what were the key lessons that you've learnt from this, and are they repeatable more widely across the department?
So one of the things we found, and it had to do with our standard operating procedures, was not looking at them on a regular basis. So we've now got a new activity in place where those documents are reviewed every 6 months in line with any changes to the legislation, in line with Australian Government investigative standards, and making sure that we continually look at those documents, look for continuous improvement through those documents. I think that was one of the things the ANAO, we had some documents in place. Were they regularly updated? Were they regularly maintained? No. So we pulled together all of our standard operating procedures, went through each of those standard operating procedures, made sure they didn't need any complementary documents to attach to them as well in regards to further standard operating procedures, and also looking at our onboarding and offboarding of our staff, making sure that we had regular documentation and a register in regards to appropriate qualifications, appropriate security clearances, and obviously as people left the TGA, ensuring that passwords and new aspects were updated to reflect those people had left and putting new security processes in place.
So are some of those lessons things that could be adopted more widely?
So one of the things in one of the recommendations, and I can't remember off the top of my head if it's recommendation 1 or recommendation 5, is looking at the department's overall tip-off line or reporting line and making sure that when a consumer, a member of the public, another health regulator or law enforcement come to the department, is that one-stop shop. And then the department from there will look to see where it fits in there. So we're working with broader health in regards to that tip-off or reporting line. And a lot of the things we're working through in regards to our standard operating procedures and, like I said, the onboarding, offboarding, also feeding that back to broader health in regards to what we could do going forward as an agency.
Thank you. So I note the findings of the ANAO and the comment this morning in terms of adopting a risk-based approach, which I think is a sound process, but only if it's used correctly. And so how did you have cultural issues to confront in terms of bringing in this approach, or how did you go about implementing it?
So one of the things that we brought in, particularly in regards to the tip-offs or reports, depends whereabouts you work, whether you call it a report or a tip-off, so I often will jump between the two, was they didn't necessarily have compliance priority scoring on them. So now when a tip-off or a report comes through, some analysis is done, it's then priority scored and then moved to the appropriate area for that greater analysis or investigation. I think one of the things for the teams that was fairly new in regards to setting up a matrix for priority scoring, was it patient safety? Was it something of concern for public health? Was it media, ministerial? Was it from another regulator? So all of those aspects help with the priority scoring. The staff actually embraced that one because it then determined for them, I'm getting this case, it's a priority scoring of 90. The other case I've got is a priority score of 30. Now I know where to put my focus in regards to that case, and that's my main priority. And that one, when pieces of that work are out, we're waiting for information to come through, can jump back to their lower priority.
So they all still get done, but it's just now...
They understand the focus.
Yes.
And so I think for the team it was very much a which case should I be focusing on, which one is my priority. So the priority scoring has actually helped the team understand their work, their priority, which case is the one that is the focus for that day, that week, or that piece of information.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I've got more questions, but if you'd like to rotate.
Lisa?
Yeah. Thank you for the department. In your opening statement, you talked about, and I just want to understand, where is it? So in terms of non-compliance, you talk about having continued flexibility to enable us to respond quickly and appropriately to potential non-compliance and adjust focus where required. I just wondered, are you seeing, is there an evolution in the risks facilitated as a result of changes in technology or how people move through the system? And I guess, are you, and changes by the digital landscape. Like, what are you seeing, and do you have confidence in terms of your risk management that you're nimble enough to be able to navigate these new sorts of risks? And if so, how do you go about that?
So digital platforms, advertising on social media continues, I think, for all agencies dealing with regulation to be a tricky one. It's very much, and I suppose you can go in hindsight, it's like whack-a-mole, where you'll look to pull down one website and they'll pop up the next day. So we have two solid processes in place. One is our disruption section, where we have a dedicated section who will work with those platforms and detail where we think there is unlawful or inappropriate content in regards to therapeutic goods. They will work with that platform, Facebook, Instagram and the like, and work with them on their requirements in regards to, we'll send something through and say, we don't think this is appropriate, we think it's unlawful. They will look along their content guidelines and look to remove those advertisements and those sites, and we meet with them on a regular basis and remind them of our responsibility and also of their responsibility. We also have powers under Section 313 of the Telecommunications Act, where we can look at a website if we think it contains unlawful, inappropriate or content that breaches the Therapeutic Goods Act, and disrupt that site by sending the user straight back to the TGA, where it will say you have been redirected to the TGA because we had concerns with that site. It's a large piece of work. It's a continual piece of work. Are we on top of it? I don't know anyone will ever be on top of social media and those types of things, but we do have the two dedicated teams to work on those types of social media.
Is some of that international?
Yes, yes. And so again, that's where we will look to stop Australian purchasers being able to. We will work with some of the Meta and the platforms to stop the availability for Australian consumers to purchase from that site. But it is quite tricky, and it's why we keep reminding the public, particularly when we put out safety alerts in regards to buying products online, in regards to they've not been tested for safety, quality or efficacy, and they also may not be getting what they're actually purchasing. So we continually put out those safety alerts in regards to any therapeutic goods that we find are unapproved or products we would not consider safe for the public, and also remind them of the dangers and the risks when buying things online through these platforms. They're likely to not get what they've ordered, or they're likely to lose their money and not get anything at all. So we continually remind the public in regards to that with our safety alerts.
So just on your interactions and regular engagement with the platforms, does that always go well? Yep.
They've got their obligations and we've got our obligations, and you can appreciate they also have an extreme job to do as well. But we meet on, usually it's a monthly basis in regards to topics that we're seeing or products that we're seeing come through Australia or internationally are causing issues, to try and beat them to the gate before they start entering into Australia. Ozempic semaglutide was particularly one of those, where we have a dedicated team looking at the advertising, the importation and the supply of unapproved goods.
Mm-hmm. And does that, the powers under the Act that you mentioned, are they applicable to the platforms as well? Or it's not relevant?
Not relevant, no.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of compliance, the report found that your approach include the risk-based compliance priorities that we've talked about, but the procedures that underpin the strategy are a low-level maturity. Can you just talk about how those have been improved and what sort of performance measures you have relating to managing non-compliance?
Yep. Do we want to talk about the document controls?
So as part of the process to upgrade all of our policies and procedures, we identified all the policies and procedures that we had. We then did a bit of a a process to identify where there were no policies and procedures and they were needed. We then went through a process of identifying the best person to draft or redraft or review those documents. They were then peer reviewed across the different areas in TGA that needed to use them, and they then went through a clearance process through the executive. We've then put in place an internal document control system. So they are all housed in this control system. That is where you can find them. That is where it dictates when they're going to be reviewed, when they were reviewed last, who reviewed them. If people are using the documents and find that something has changed or that it could be clearer or we need legal advice, they will use that document control system to notify the relevant area, who will instigate that review earlier than the 6 months if needed.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
How do you, sorry, Liz.
No, I'm finished.
This may not be a relevant question, but I'm really interested in what you're saying. How, and maybe it's not your role, but I've just come back from an extended stay in America. And it seems to me you just walk into a pharmacy and you can buy a loaf of bread or beer or something to make you feel better. But one of the things that was very noticeable is in Australia, the highest strength you can get for melatonin is 2 milligrams. In the States, you can get up to 25 milligrams. So I'm sure people order melatonin from America. Does that fall in your bailiwick or not?
It does, but it doesn't, and I'm happy to also take it on notice and provide you a more fulsome response for the areas I can't answer you on there. In regards to the supply or the milligrams available in Australia, that's not my remit, so I'm very happy to pass that on. But consumers can import unapproved therapeutic goods internationally under the personal importation scheme. But what they need with that is a valid script from Australian registered health professional. And so we work closely with Border Force, who may determine or may pick something up, obviously coming through any of those channels, will work with us to ensure there is a valid script accompanying that.
I see.
But we do continue to remind consumers that those products have not been tested for quality, safety and efficacy. But we also don't get involved in a health professional and what they determine is best for their patient. As long as it comes in, it's a legal import and it is accompanied with that prescription from the health professional. And it must be an Australian health professional.
I see. Can I ask a question? It's a fairly long one, so forgive me if I read it, but when the ANAO did their audit, one of the things they found is that not all the compliance activity, some of it was out of date, and some of it was in draft form. Assuming from what you've said that you've now finalised things, could you talk about that a little bit?
I can. We have finalised all of the recommendations, and from that I think there are around 27 documents that needed updating or refreshing under the Australian Government Investigative Standards. They hadn't been updated since AGS had updated their standards. But also alongside of that, we brought in a large number of other standard operating procedures or guidelines and documents to support investigators doing their compliance work. And we also have embedded now a case management committee where the committee have the appropriate qualifications, security clearance and background, and we'll get together and work through specific cases in regards to the use of our powers and making sure that the appropriate spending to execute a warrant or use those powers is appropriate for the case at hand. is there any other additional information we could gain or support before executing that warrant? It's quite a costly activity. It's quite disruptive to the person you're executing the warrant on. So always making sure as part of that case management committee, the committee have agreement in regards to proceeding the next steps. We've also got the committee now looking at cases for closure or no further action, and making sure that the committee are in agreement in regards to that investigator or that part of the team. There is no further action required in closing that case. So any cases that are closed are brought through that committee. And then obviously the use of our powers like 45ABs or the notice to produce documents, be it banking documents or any of those documents from someone we're investigating. It's again the committee coming together and making sure that that's an appropriate way forward in regards to that case.
So when, this is my final question, when someone new joins your team, I mean, that's, and I'm very pleased with, you know, the processes and procedures you've got, but it's a lot. So how do you bring that person up to speed with what they need to understand about making this all work? Yeah. And how do you, is it in a central place?
So our document is a central area for all staff to access. When new staff come to the TGA, we will look at, do they have a Cert 4 in government investigations? Do they have a Cert 4 in fraud and investigations? And if not, one of the requirements is within 6 months have the ability to obtain that certificate in investigations. We also run through a conflict of interest process with those new staff and make sure that there's nothing there in regards to anything in their personal life that could be seen as a conflict in regards to any of the cases. We have an onboarding process as well where staff, there are mandatory training modules that staff must do, and we also have the delegations at a level appropriate that, as I said, we've got the case management committee, but also for the allocation of cases, it's dependent on level, it's dependent on experience and so forth, and any big decisions in regards to the use of powers or doing interviews with alleged offenders is also at a level appropriate with their background, skills and experience.
Sorry, one more question, then I'll hand back to Senator Reynolds. Clearly, and maybe the ANO might want to comment on this as well, but clearly the work that you do could be quite newsworthy. So in terms of media management, how does that all work?
So we do have a very active profile in regards to publishing any outcomes ourselves in regards to infringement notices, civil or criminal. We will publish those outcomes.
In print?
In a media release.
Right.
And they'll be available on our website. And it's for two reasons. It's a deterrence, and I think also will bring in line voluntary compliance for those who are just teetering on the line in regards to should I step over that line. They see that we do take enforcement seriously. We do publicly release those outcomes and name and shame as such. And we also have a very popular media team. We get a lot of media in regards to the work that we do, and any of our cases before the courts, which we won't comment on, but any of those case outcomes, the media keep me very busy every single day in regards to compliance.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to come to your opening statement, and just there's a few points of clarification or further information would be great. So the first thing you said is that you've implemented 4 of the 6 recommendations. What's happening with the other 2?
So the other 2 sit in another area of the department, and we're working with those areas at the moment. One of them was in regards to that one-stop shop tip-off and reporting line, so that's department whole. And the second one was in regards to performance reporting, and so as a department whole, again working with the department in regards to that. Both of those, my understanding is, have a delivery date of 25-26 financial years. So those ones had a longer period because it's a large piece of work for both aspects.
But they're underway?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Can I just follow up just because I think it's related? In your submission, what about the one that's about complaint handling channels? Is that what you've just talked about, or is that a different one?
Yes, that's recommendation. I think it's recommendation
5.
number 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's looking at a single entry
that's the
point.
one-stop shop. Yep. All right.
Yeah, so it's a one-stop
Yeah,
shop.
because that was my other question.
No, that's
Thanks.
good. So having a look at the numbers that you've got in your opening statement, so the 8 million goods that were seized, are these all goods that were seized at the border by customs?
So we work in collaboration with Australian Border Force, and very much in regards to any products that come in via any of the portals, air, mail, shipping, work with Border Force in regards to, is that something that can be imported into Australia? Like I said, does it come with a valid script? Is it a counterfeit product? Is it a product that's not legal in Australia? So Border Force will normally seize those goods, reach out to us, work through in regards to what that product is, and we'll make that determination of, is it released, is it destroyed, do we do testing on that product?
Right.
So they do, okay, no, that makes sense, thank you. Now, so I just want to get some idea of so finalising over 10,000 cases, but only 150 infringement notices. Can you it just seems a small number in relation to the 10,000 cases. Yep. So how do you, what's the breakdown of that and what has happened to the rest?
So some of those won't go to infringement notices, they won't go to criminal, and they won't go to civil. Okay. They may be something we work with that entity in regards to coming into compliance, and we may be saying we believe this aspect or that aspect on your website could be a breach of the advertising, could you reconsider? And we often find they'll come into compliance from that perspective. It is where there's repeated warnings in regards to inappropriate importation, supply or advertising that goes up that compliance triangle in regards to more serious aspects such as infringement notices, civil or criminal action. So most of the time we'll work with these entities. Some of them will be very naive and not aware that they had regulations they needed to comply with. Some will be, as I said, just trying to push a little bit over, and so when they understand that we're watching and we've seen and we've reached out, they will come back into compliance that way.
So of these 10,000 cases, roughly, how many are individuals, like Mrs Smith, who's gone online and bought Ozempic, for example, versus companies or retailers?
Don't have the number on me specifically in regards to a personal versus. I think we'll find it's more companies, sponsors and suppliers doing the wrong things as opposed to the general public.
And also, so a quarter of the 10,000 were nicotine-related cases. What type?
I don't have that figure in front of me for the breakdown, but I think you will find it's nicotine pouches in regards to importation into Australia, and a large proportion of those would have been nicotine pouches. My branch doesn't manage vaping products, so I would say those ones are nicotine pouches.
Not illegal tobacco?
No.
Yes, there'd be a lot more than 2,500 cases in that case. Just so my final question is, in terms of the actions that you've needed to take in terms of with policies, procedures, SOPs, making sure you are compliant in a whole range of areas, have you reflected or as part of this process worked out how you got to that point at the beginning, how things you know, for an agency that does investigate, that does rely on policy and procedures, and having staff who are qualified to do investigations, how did it get to that point?
Yeah. So I think one of the things worth noting is there was only one person working in the branch who wasn't appropriately qualified. The rest did have the appropriate qualifications in regards to a Cert 4 in investigations or fraud and investigations. There was only that one person. They had registered for the training, dropped out, and it just got lost in the weeds. So out of a large branch of almost 100 people, there was only the one person without the appropriate qualifications. They were also low level, so weren't making those decisions either. So there was no breaches there in regards to that. I think hindsight's a wonderful thing. You get busy, you continue on, you focus on new and emerging trends, you focus on the work at hand, and sometimes going back and looking over your documents and making sure they're current is one of those things you say for a quiet day or a quiet period, which you never seem to have. But part of this, part of the ANAO audit recommendations and part of the governance committee that we've set up, they are all set up for a specific period of time where we're alerted at the 6-month, 9-month or 12-month mark. And as Ms Sellers said, we will go back and work with the appropriate areas, work with our legal team, work with other agencies in regards to what they've got in regards to best practice and update accordingly.
Could I just make one clarification there, just in terms of the audit findings? It's a little bit different in relation to investigator qualifications. So the audit found that of 37 investigators, 73% had the minimum level of investigator qualifications. And of the 10 who didn't, 5 were working towards it, but 5 weren't. And I think the other thing just to note is that when we did conduct the audit, we did have quite a bit of back and forth with the department about obtaining those qualifications. So one of the requirements is actually to keep a record of qualifications of staff, and I think that was probably an area for development, to have that on hand and know exactly what the qualifications were.
No, please.
No, I was going to wrap up.
Oh, I was just going to say, I was going to ask if the ANAO had any other points they'd like to raise.
Yeah, I was going to ask that too.
There you go.
No,
sorry.
Right. It's fine.
If I may, I'd just like to explore a little bit further one of the recommendations, progress on one of the recommendations on performance reporting, recommendation 1. As you observed at the start, Senator Reynolds, the department does have a number of good practices around regulation, but we did find opportunities to improve around that external performance reporting, which is important for public accountability, but it is also important for, as Chair, you highlighted, building the trust and confidence in the system of regulation and sending a signal that compliance is important. It's also important for learning, to make sure that to understand what's working and what isn't, and what needs to be adapted. And we see a need for better performance reporting of systems right across the work around regulations that we do at the ANAO. So I was just wondering if we could explore in a little bit more depth the developments in, I appreciate your comment that the recommendation won't be implemented until 25-26, but I'm sure the progress is underway. How are you thinking about measuring the effectiveness and reporting externally on performance of the system?
So that doesn't sit in my area, but I do have some points I'm very happy to share with everyone where the department's at in regards to that
would be it
at the moment. So the department is addressing that recommendation as part of the broader mediation of findings from the audit. The department has established a new process where a central team within the department in the corporate operations group will work in partnership with programs to uplift their performance reporting. This includes delivering an updated performance reporting plan for 25-26 in the performance reporting cycle. And so my branch and the team will continue to work with this team and across the department.
What is that team? The other team?
That's in the corporate operations group.
Right.
They're the ones managing this recommendation. And I've got here the team have provided anticipates 25-26 performance reporting outcome 2 have been prioritised and will be part of the 23-24 annual performance statement audit, which the team are working through at the moment.
Great.
Yes, just maybe make a comment, Chair. I think it would have been helpful. I don't know whether somebody from that team was invited to come here today, because obviously they're two important recommendations. And if you could just take that back, that given a third of the recommendations sit outside of your remit, it would have actually been quite helpful if somebody had come from that team today. Can I just ask a final question of the ANAO? Just the response to my question was not unsurprising, but that these sorts of things are put aside for a rainy day. And it's not the first time that we've seen this across the public sector and, in fact, across other organisations. But in terms of, to me, it's also a failure of leadership in the organisation. And it's probably not the only area that rainy day has never come, because nobody who's in a leadership position has actually thought it important enough to actually check, are we compliant with legislation, with other rules and requirements, and the basics, are our policies and procedures up to date? I mean, that's not a criticism of anyone in particular. It's a general observation, but I'm just wondering if you could comment on that.
It's an observation we make in the work. If we step back and look at the regulation work that we do, so where the public service is engaged in regulation, it's an important function. It's where the Parliament's decided for the government to intervene with the livelihoods of people for safety, for economic reasons. What we generally see is where regulation's conducted by an entity that's purpose is regulation, that the focus on the basics, the infrastructure, etc., is part of the norm. We see, and interestingly, TGA is a part of the Department of Health, but it's within the Department of Health, and the witnesses spoke about some sort of across-the-board compliance thinking that's going on. We see that focus on procedures, training, qualifications less well managed in departments that have regulatory functions than in agencies that are purely regulators. So there's something that the departments can learn. A lot of departments have a regulation function in them because they have very important laws, and this is an example of extremely important safety laws. And the departments have wide responsibilities, and the rainy day, in my experience, happens more in those situations than it does in entities that are constantly in the regulation mode. That's not to say they're perfect either. Those basics that you point to, Deputy Chair, about keeping the procedures up to date, keeping the qualifications up to date, it all sounds very bureaucratic, but they actually go to the quality of the regulation. And so the leadership question is, how much effort are we giving to that, particularly in departments where there's regulatory functions versus like commissions and authorities that do regulation as its daily gig. And that's exactly right. So are they actually doing the job that they're legally obliged to do, and in the way that they're supposed to do it? So that's one of the things that struck me, is that, and this is not the first observation, but is there any other sort of whole of departments or agencies in terms of that particular observation that agency heads or secretaries in this case can proactively sort of look out for? I'm not sure if Department of Health's a member of a community of practice of regulation in the APS that's been led by the chair of the CER, the Climate Clean Energy Regulator. So there's a community of practice of regulators in the public service that actually come together and share their wares about some of the things that they learn through the regulation issues. One of the points that the Auditor General's raised is about the performance, the public performance reporting. And as you work back from that, it does give you a sharp focus on what you should have in place all the time to meet those commitments, those outcomes that come with your regulation. That community practice, I mean, we've audited the CER and found the CER, which is a single-focused regulator as opposed to a line agency, and they have some of that good practice in place, which is probably why the chair runs the community of practice. It is hard in departments because they will have multiple regulatory responsibilities, which health does across doctors and pharmacies and all sorts of things. But the skill set is the same and the focus needs to be the same.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to thank the witnesses for being here and thank you for giving evidence here today. If you've taken one question on notice, so I'd like to suggest that if I could get to the Secretariat by the 6th of December, that would be appreciated. If the committee has any further questions, we'll send you these in writing through the Secretariat. So thank you very much for your work, and thank you very much for being here today. We will now move on to the design and early implementation of residential aged care reform, and we've got the Department of Health and Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission on video, and the Australian National Audit Office. Thank you very much. So I call you as witnesses today, and that for the Hansard record, could you each please state your name and in what capacity you're here? We'll start with the people in the room.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Thea Connolly. I'm First Assistant Secretary, Home and Residential Division in the Ageing and Aged Care Group in the Department of Health and Aged Care.
Senator, Mark Richardson, Assistant Secretary, Home and Residential Care Division, Department of Health and Aged Care.
And our online participants is...
Thank you, Chair. Janet Anderson, the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commissioner.
Thank you, Janet.
Thank you, Chair. Emma Jobson, Acting Deputy Commissioner, Sector Capability and Regulatory Strategy with the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission.
It's a very long title. Thank you very much. I've just got to go through some formalities before we actually get to ask you some questions. I want to say that this hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament, and giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I remind committee members that public officials should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to superior officers or to a minister. However, this does not preclude questions being asked by the committee of explanation of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer the question must be made by a minister and accompanied by a statement setting out the basis of the claim. Are there any brief opening statements you would like to make?
Yes, Chair, thank you. On the department's part, I would like to make an opening statement very briefly. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the Department of Health and Aged Care submission into the inquiry. I speak particularly to Audit Report number 8 of 23-24, Design and Early Implementation of Residential Aged Care Reforms. The audit largely reflected on the implementation of recommendation number 86 of the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety. This recommendation sets out the introduction of mandatory minimum staffing standards for residential aged care, including a minimum standard amount of direct care time an average resident should receive each day in a residential aged care home, and a requirement that a registered nurse be on site and on duty for a prescribed number of hours each day, and in this case 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. In May 2021, the Australian Government accepted Recommendation 86, and obviously the requirement for 24/7 registered nursing and care minutes have now taken effect. 24/7 registered nursing took effect on 1 July 2023, and mandatory care minutes targets were introduced on 1 October 2023 and recently increased on 1 October 2024. The ANAO's audit concluded that the design and early implementation of these arrangements were largely effective, making 2 recommendations for the department with respect to procedures around risk assessment for new policy proposals in particular, and also to establish an evaluation plan for implementation of these particular reforms. These recommendations were accepted, and I can give you a brief update. Significant progress has been made in relation to both. The recommendation in relation to a monitoring and evaluation plan for care minutes and 24/7 RN program has been closed and as endorsed by our Audit and Risk Committee in the department. The plan was finalised in July 2024 and it incorporated feedback from key advisory groups, including our Aged Care Council of Elders and the National Aged Care Advisory Council, as well as a very constructive working group we have across the sector. The plan includes undertaking an initial evaluation in 25-26 and a summative evaluation in 28-29. These evaluations will review both the implementation of care minutes and 24/7 RN responsibilities and the effectiveness of the underlying policy. They will include use of existing data sets held by the department, but also further structured research to inform the evaluations. In relation to embedding risk management in the policy development process, the department has developed training materials, updated new policy proposal procedural templates, and provided reminders from our Chief Budget Officer area to policy areas responsible for completing risk potential assessment tools, or RPATs, through the new policy proposal process. I believe that recommendation will be considered by our Audit and Risk Committee early in the next calendar year. Thank you, Chair. Happy to take questions.
Can I lead off? And obviously the adoption from the Royal Commission of the 24/7 registered nurse. So does that mean that the registered nurse has to be in the facility or on call?
On site.
On site.
Yes.
And are you in a position, I mean, I know it's fairly new and we really appreciate that, but are you in a position to be able to advise the committee on how the rollout of that's going, or anyone online that would like to take that up?
Mr. Richardson?
Sure. And just to add to the previous question...
And we do appreciate this is fairly new.
Yeah, no worries. They also have to be on duty, so not just on site, but on duty. So the rollout is going well. If you take into account, I guess, all facilities, with all facilities delivering registered nurse care, about 99% of the time a registered nurse is on site. So that's about 23 hours and 45 minutes. So that includes those facilities that are obviously just shy of 24 hours. So it's why we use that statistic. It's an accurate representation across the sector. If you have a look at those facilities that have reported, 93% of those facilities that have submitted their monthly report are delivering 24/7. But as I said, the 99% take into account those that have just fallen just shy. That's an increase. That's from, I think, September this year. When it first started, about 86% of facilities were delivering 24/7, and as I mentioned, it's now 93%. And if you take into account those that were falling just shy, the sector as a whole had an RN on site 98% of the time. So there has been improvement over the last 12 months or so.
And I should know the answer to this probably, but I don't. I'm not quite sure who to direct this to. So with the registered nurse, I think we all agree that that's really important. But does an aged care facility that's not providing the highest level of care, I forget what it's called, does that not have to have a 24/7? Do you know how there's different levels of care? As a person becomes more and more in need of that care, does it kick in anywhere or not?
Understand, Chair.
That's probably a very confused way of asking a question, but...
No, I completely understand. So it's a requirement for all approved providers to have a registered nurse on site 24/7. So it's not associated with, I guess, the care needs of a particular resident. It's to do with the facility. So a nurse, an RN, needs to be on site at the facility 24/7 for all approved providers.
Chair, the care needs of particular residents come into play in relation to care minutes requirements that each provider has. And so depending on the classification of their residents and the essentially a weighted average of the care requirements of a particular provider's residents will determine that number of care minutes they need to provide. So if their resident mix tends to be lower care needs, they will have a lower level of care minutes that they need to deliver.
I see. I might hand over.
I'm sorry, Chair, I interrupted you. I just wonder whether I could add a couple of sentences to my colleague's comments. Mr. Richardson talked about 93% of residential providers fulfilling this commitment, and then a much higher number who are very close to fulfilling it. For the purposes of the Commission as the regulator of the aged care sector, we are very interested in understanding what alternative clinical arrangements are in place by that small handful of residential providers who perhaps for a particular period are unable to meet their commitment on 24/7 registered nurse cover. And so we look very closely at whether they have adequate on-call arrangements, whether they have the capacity to find a clinician in a timely way to offer the clinical advice that might be required by an individual at any time of the day or night if that registered nurse is not present. So I just wanted to reassure you and your committee members that even for that very small number who are not fully compliant, the regulator is watching how they ensure the safety and the quality of the care and that the clinical needs of residents are being met.
Thank you for that. I'll hand over.
Perhaps following on from that, I imagine that rural and remote settings where attracting and retaining staff is particularly challenging. I just wondered, and also I guess like if providers are smaller, their ability to, comply with the more administrative burdens around making sure that they are compliant is an issue. So I'm just interested in how the department has been supporting providers to meet compliance targets where there are those sorts of challenges, or other kinds of challenges that you've identified, and how you've mitigated those risks.
So there are probably three streams that I can cover off. The first is in relation to a program of workforce supports in relation to the challenges. The second is in relation to for registered nurse 24/7, an exemption process that we do have in place that does provide a very few number of providers with an exemption from the registered nurse requirement. And the third is in relation to a supplement that we provide for providers of a particular size who we know, given the blanket nature of the requirement, may struggle to support a registered nurse on site 24/7. I might ask Mr. Richardson to talk to the latter too.
Sure. So the 24/7 supplement is to fill the gap between funding through ANAC, Senator. So it's gauged, I guess, to fill that gap, and it's why it's focused on smaller facilities. So with the introduction of 215 care minutes from 1 October that was previously mentioned, that it tapers out and reduces down to a $0 supplement rate at 50 beds. So effectively above 50 beds there is sufficient funding to provide registered nurses 24/7. Below 50 beds there we have the supplement, or government has the supplement to fill that gap.
No matter where the facility is.
Correct, Senator. So there.
I'm not a senator. But
Sorry. Yeah. Apologies, Chair.
That's the kindest form of flattery. Yeah.
But if you want to keep calling me that, that'll be fine.
Apologies. Sorry. There was one minor. There was one minor difference in the supplement rates. So the supplement rates are slightly higher for facilities in Triple M. Or modified Monash Model 5, 6 and 7. So that's for effectively regional through to very remote Australia. That recognises the fact that there's thin markets and limited supply. So for facilities that are in Triple M1, so metropolitan areas through to Triple M4, it cuts out at the provision of 8 hours for an overnight shift. So that's where and that's in recognition once again of the fact that there's more facilities available in those locations.
And so, in terms of evaluation, and the whole premise is to improve the quality of care. Could you talk a bit about your evaluation plan, and particularly around developing baselines? And just to your comment there, there are varying circumstances of facilities, how the baseline is developed with that in mind, and how you will then kind of use that to suitably evaluate the success or otherwise.
Sure. So there's two parts to the evaluation plan, as was previously mentioned. We have, so the initial evaluation is looking to be a little bit earlier, so that I guess changes can be included in the policy, or adjustments can be made if government decides to do so. So it's looking to feed in as part of that process. We're collecting that data right now, Senator, in large part, as I mentioned previously. So that's the 24/7 registered nurse report that we get on a monthly basis, but we also get quarterly reports on care minutes. In relation to 24/7, there was some other statistics that we're looking to build off. So one of the reasons for introducing 24/7 nurse care was the transfer of residents to hospital overnight. There were views, I guess, in the sector that about 50% of those transfers overnight could have been avoided if a registered nurse was on site. So we're looking to track that type of information and that data to see...
Can you say that figure again?
About 50% of transfers overnight could have been avoided if a registered nurse... Had there been a nurse on site. So we're looking to track the number of transfers from residential aged care to hospital.
But where does the baseline sit for that one measurement point in particular? Is it like 12 months before the introduction of this requirement, or does it start from, like, do you know what I mean? Like, how do you know what you're measuring against?
So the baseline would be before the introduction of 24/7 on 1 July 2023.
Okay. Yeah, so before. Right, thank you. Yeah.
Commissioner, I think, was nodding vigorously then. I think. Did you have anything to add to that? I suspect you do.
I was wondering whether I could take the committee briefly to care minutes, which is the the other workforce-related responsibility in focus for this audit report. It is a different profile.
Sorry.
Yes, go on.
I think that's really important, but there's one issue from the last discussion I'd like to ask about, and then we'll go on to... is that okay?
Yes, of course.
Can I just go on from, and this may be something that you can respond to as well, but the variety of aged care facilities is enormous, but I'm particularly interested in the regulation, but also the financial viability risk of really remote facilities. I've been to really remote Aboriginal communities, and the biggest thing in those communities is in fact, and often the only thing, is an aged care facility, which has entirely all the people staying there have English as the third or fourth language. There are very important cultural responsibilities. The family networks are extremely different, and I suspect that those places have to be a lot more flexible than other places. Does anyone want to make a comment in relation to that, particularly in terms of the viability question?
So, Chair, may I start? Ms Connolly may offer a view as well, if that's all right.
Yes.
This is a very material issue, and you have raised a really important concern that the Department and the Commission spend a lot of time talking about, because we have the same sense of the need to ensure that services which are very remote, which may be the only social care and support opportunity that local community has, may be more challenged in their compliance with some of these general rules. Chair, you went to the question of financial viability. This is something that we in the department work on quite a lot.
Yeah.
You would be familiar with the language of thin markets, where there aren't multiple. Yes, of course you are. There aren't multiple providers. You effectively, there's one provider, small in scale, often drawn from a local community and looking after their peers and elders in that community, and very much embedded in that community. We respect and have a high regard for the cultural alignment of that service provider with the needs and values of that local community. And so what we need to do as a regulator, and what the department does as system governor, is to understand how we can support them to deliver the quality of care that those local community residents deserve and they need. Now, sometimes that might look like additional financial support, and Ms Connolly and Mr Richardson can talk to that. We will never, as a regulator, walk past substandard care, and you wouldn't expect us to. None of these committee members would expect us to do that. That is not tenable. We will get in alongside the provider, understand their circumstances, talk with the department who will make the decisions about whether there is any financial support that is warranted, and we will look to assist them to ensure that they are delivering safe quality care.
Right.
We never disregard this thin market issue, because there is a community service obligation to ensure that aged care is available.
I see. Thank you for that. Did you want to add to that?
Thank you, Chair. So in relation to the obligations that we're talking about today, 24/7 and care minutes, they do apply to all providers, and that's a very conscious decision, but we do recognise the consequences of that will maybe be borne more heavily in markets that we're talking about. And so that's why we do have the supports that Mr Richardson has outlined in relation to the supplement, in particular for registered nurse 24/7. We do also have an exemption process for 24/7, which is not given lightly because obviously it's a very important initiative. But I do understand that some providers who are NATSIFAC providers, so Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander providers in particular, have applied for and received an exemption. But in doing that, they have had to outline in a very great level of detail the alternative arrangements to our satisfaction and to deliver the care that's
being
required.
Well monitored.
Yes, it absolutely is. I might just ask Mr Richardson if there's anything else you want to add in terms of the additional financial supports through ANAC.
Yeah, I think it's important to say, Chair, so on 1 October 2022, ANAC was introduced. That's a new funding model for residential aged care. Previously, we had ACFI. Under ACFI, there was no differentiation between location or between specialisation within the sector. Indigenous services being one of those specialisations, homeless being the other. Since the introduction of ANAC, funding has gone up significantly. So we're forecasting that in this financial year, it will have gone up by about 58%. So in part, that's due to the introduction of care minutes with additional funding for care and so forth. But for Indigenous services, they now receive far more funding under the ANAC funding model based upon their location and also the fact that their specialisation as well for providing additional care programs for their residents associated with that specialisation. It's significant. I don't recall the number, but the increase in funding for Indigenous services in remote locations would be well above 58%, is my point.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Look, thank you very much. I'd like to turn the discussion to the department's approach to regulatory impact statements and the RPAT, which I see as probably one of the most significant and concerning issues. And I say that because last night the senators passed the changes to aged care, a lot of them in relation to recommendations of the Royal Commission. Now, with 150-odd recommendations, this audited one, a big one, over $4 billion worth. But having a look at the detail of this audit and the department's approach to reason, it's not the only time that the department in the last few years has sought exemptions from having to do those pesky things. And I think the consequences of that are very clear in this audit report. Now, I was a bit concerned to hear that, if I heard you correctly, but that there was an NPP that you're taking through the process at the moment, which would be considered early next year. Could you just clarify what that actually, because it was a bit confusing in terms of what that related to, and I'd like to sort of unpack this issue, because you're now about, in a very short period of time, 6 months, 7 months effectively, but take away Christmas, in December, you've got profound changes to make to this sector in less than 6 months. One of the issues that I pursued in committee stage yesterday was how on earth the department's going to make all of the IT changes to have this system tested and up and running by the end of June. So when you think of everything else and the problems that were identified in this report, I can't but help be very, very concerned at the department's capacity to actually implement these properly. And obviously the regulatory impact statement and having the evaluation and the metrics to measure success, and also doing the RPAT. So I'm wondering if we could go to the ANAO first in terms of your reflections on this, and then we'll come to, and perhaps the Commissioner as well, and whether you've got concerns in this area, and how is, going through what are the lessons learnt from this? Have you implemented them enough to actually now turbocharge this process in a way that you probably haven't had to do in the past? So I might come to ANAO first and then to the Commissioner and the Department.
Perhaps I'll just start and briefly observe that while the audit report found that policy advice that was given in the process was largely robust, there were deficiencies, as you highlight, Senator, in the use of the standard tools and following the rules around impact analysis and the AUSParliament's risk potential assessment tool. And this is observed across many audits that the ANAO does. Just a lack of compliance with some of these standard processes of planning, and there are rules that are there really to help manage risk and ensure that there's good planning and avoiding mistakes later on. They're not about compliance or box checks, they're really about getting a clear line of sight between the activities that are planned and then the outcomes that are sought. And what we tend to see is that where those tools are not utilised, we're much more likely to see some of the challenges that were identified also in this audit. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Christine?
I guess I would just distinguish between the RPAT and the impact analysis. The RPAT was not done. An exemption wasn't sought, it just wasn't done.
And so the exemption was for the RIS?
Yeah, that's right. For the RPAT, we, in the telehealth audit that we did the previous year, we had a similar finding, and so we made a suggestion for improvement on that. When we saw it again in this audit, we elevated it to a recommendation because seeing that pattern of it occurring was of concern. With regard to the impact analysis, the department sought an exemption from that through a certification process, and they did that appropriately. They went through the certification process that is allowable. So there wasn't an issue from that perspective, but I guess it's probably worth noting that we're currently conducting an audit into the impact analysis framework, and in that audit we are looking at the certification process.
Thank you. Is there anything, this is probably a bit of an odd question, but given the challenges health have now got in aged care in actually implementing this very significant package of reforms, more widely, is there anything that's coming out of that audit that might be of benefit to health?
Difficult for us to discuss that given it's an ongoing audit, yes. Yeah. But that audit will be tabling in April, I believe, April 2025.
Okay. In relation to that issue, can I go to the Commissioner and your thoughts on this issue? So we're talking about the RPAT and the RIS, but also there's obviously a lot of other processes and procedures that need to go into place and actually be implemented. So what are your thoughts about the challenge ahead?
Senator, may I start with a specific response in order to cover it off, because we find ourselves before you because of the Auditor General Report number 8. That had 2 recommendations in it for the Commission, and we have acquitted both. We have completed implementation on both those recommendations. The first one had to do with improving our documentation of processes for preparing and disseminating intelligence reports. We have done that, and we have exceeded that target quite extensively by also producing a range of other documents, and I can provide them on notice if you want, but it's technical detail. But we have doubled down and ensured that we have delivered against that recommendation. The second of the 2 recommendations applying to the Commission was that we would identify a method to assess the impact of care minutes and 24/7 RN on quality outcomes and whether regulatory activities are effective at promoting compliance with these measures. Now, that's a worthy recommendation. There's a lot in that. And Senator, I note our time is short, but I have 2 parts to my answer briefly. The first part is we have acquitted that recommendation also. We have delivered on that. And the good news is, in relation to care minutes, we can see evidence of impact, that our regulatory action is actually delivering a more compliant sector. Now, you will want evidence of that, and again, we can provide something if you'd like to see it subsequently. But in shorthand, now that we have 3 separate quarters of data was reported from October, December, January, March, April, June, we now have those 3 quarters of data, and we have been persistently targeting that cohort of providers who are at greatest distance from their care minutes targets. And then we have added additional criteria, including that they don't appear to be making a strong effort to address the gap, and they are persistently non-compliant, and they are also located in a region where other surrounding providers are making a better fist of it, that they're doing better on either having no gap or a smaller gap in their care minutes, so that they are an outlier geographically. And what we've been able to demonstrate is that for that group we have been targeting since June this year, the number of services with the largest gaps have decreased by 53%, from 319 services down to 149 between Q2 and Q4. Now, we've done this analysis fairly recently. We've not had an opportunity to publish it yet, so this is sort of advance notice, I suppose. But we're cautiously optimistic that our risk-based proportionate regulation, which is in line with the Department of Defence's best practice principles regulation, Department of Finance's best practice principles regulation, is delivering on the expectations that people have, that this requirement applied to all residential services is being well regulated and is delivering a better result for every single aged care consumer.
So just on that, so thank you for that explanation of how you've implemented it. So with these changes you've made, are you then will that be sufficient for you to expand out to evaluate, monitor and report on the same risk-based approach on all of the other reforms that are now barrelling towards the sector?
Well, not all the reforms, Senator, have to do with the regulation of the sector, and I can be pleased about that. But in terms of the fairly substantial suite, which actually have to do with the regulatory model, I think it would be fair to expect that the Commission will, over time, be required to report on our impact. I don't think that that's a reasonable expectation. I would add, though, Senator, that I do think for some of the new measures it will take some time to start seeing the results of that effort. As we found when the new quality standards were introduced in July 2019, it did take some time, and I'm talking about a couple of years, for the sector to fully embrace those standards and for us to start seeing improvements in the quality and safety of care. So it is a bit of a long run, and I think, but certainly we will be monitoring, assessing and reporting on what we're doing and the results we're achieving.
Thank you. Go to the department now.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So I'll just clarify in relation to my opening statement where I referenced coming back early next year. That was in relation to closing out the recommendation in relation to RPAT processes with our Audit and Risk Committee, not in relation to anything to do with implementing the new aged care reforms. So in relation to identifying the RPAT, yes, that was an error on our part. Speaking from experience, we've absolutely learned from that within Home and Residential Division as we progress our proposals to adjust our policy settings in response to the evidence that we see in the sector. The RPATs are a strong feature, and that's heavily supported by our Chief Budget Officer area, who have responsibility for compliance with the budget process operational rules. They conduct a Budget 101 process that I know a lot of departments do. Health officials genuinely engage with the Budget 101 training. Almost 2,000 health officials went through that in the last full calendar year. And so it's deeply ingrained in health officials who, as is the budget process more broadly, given all the reforms that we have.
So, thank you. So, in relation to this audit and the reforms that you've made as a result of this, the two recommendations, so this is what recommendation 86 of the Royal Commission. So with all of the other reforms that are now definitely coming your way.
Very, very happy to see the message yesterday.
So that was almost the easy bit, although it wasn't. But the hard bit now that you've inherited is actually implementing it safely and successfully. So what lessons have you learnt from this in terms of process that you will now use to implement the rest?
Yeah. I think the one that we've talked about in terms of the value and the importance of the RPAT and the RIS process, absolutely, that's already embedded. I might just highlight, I think one of the things that the ANAO found that we did not do badly, I wouldn't want to overstate it, was that we actually do take an evidence-based approach to our reforms. And in particular in care minutes and 24/7, we have adjusted the policy based on the evidence that we see and collect. And we know that it is an impost on the sector to provide us with the data. We make sure we only ask for what we need and that we use what we receive, having quality assured it. And so when we do go to develop reforms or adjust our reforms, they are based on the evidence that's available to us.
How do you interact, or what is the role of the advocacy groups, which there are many in this space, so that must be an important consideration for all of you.
It's very important. I mentioned two of them, the Aged Care Council of Elders and the National Aged Care Advisory Council, which are advisory groups to the Minister, but there are many, many, many more than that. The Aged Care Task Force comes to mind as well. So we have no shortage of expertise willing and able to lend their insights. We need to obviously target our approaches so that we're not overwhelmed with information. Yeah. Mr Richardson's branch has, as I mentioned, a really collaborative working group that they do expose their policy thinking to. At times it needs to be in confidence because we want to have an environment of trust and that is well respected. It means that people can talk freely and openly about their concerns and the opportunities that they see. And so that's a way that we found to manage the input in a timely way, in a way that is open and consultative, but also helps us to meet the deadlines that we are very much facing.
Absolutely. Anything else?
That's all I had, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Can I thank you for giving evidence today, all of you. Commissioner, those 2 points that you've taken on notice, we'd appreciate if you could get back to the Secretariat by the 6th of December. That would be useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now going to break everyone for 15 minutes and then come back to look at trade measurement compliance activities. Are they all good? Thank you very much for coming in this morning. I'd like to resume this hearing and and ask the witness if you could tell us who you are and in what capacity you're here.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bill Loisettis. I'm the General Manager for Legal Metrology at the National Measurement Institute, which is a division of DISA.
DISA is?
Department of Industry, Science and Resources. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you very much. There are some formal things I need to do before we move to questions. I'd like to say that this hearing is I resume this hearing, call yourself, and this is going to be recorded on Hansard, as you would already know. The hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I remind committee members that public officials should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to superior officers or to a minister. However, this does not preclude questions being asked for explanation of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and accompanied by a statement setting out the basis of the claim. Are there any brief opening statements that you'd like to make?
Not at this time, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We've got about, how many minutes for this? 45 minutes for this, and thank you for coming in. I might just reiterate that obviously the audit found that the risk management and governance arrangements were partly effective, and we'll pursue that in a moment, but I'll hand over to other members of the committee to begin proceedings.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. I think that rating by the ANO is somewhat kind. I think reading this in totality, there are some colossal failures that have been outlined in this report. So don't worry, I'm not sending estimates, but I just want to unpack how it got to this point. And, you know, that 29% of trade audits identified were non-compliant, but then when you went back and re-audited, they still weren't compliant. And so can you, before we go into specific questions, can you just explain how it got to this point that you had unqualified people doing audits and making recommendations that you couldn't act upon, and all of the other sort of issues here, and how you think it sort of got to that point? And I know that you've agreed with almost all of the recommendations, I think 5 of the 6. And can you just describe the journey for the NIM in terms of how it got to this point and what you're doing, and what are some of your sort of big picture observations about this journey?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. There is a number of ways I can address this. Firstly, the exercise of regulatory powers is absolutely crucial to the way we undertake our work. The ANAO made a recommendation in regard to how we appoint inspectors in the exercise of those powers. However, what we did find that all regulatory powers were exercised in accordance with those delegations, appropriate delegations, but as the ANAO found, those inspectors were accompanied by assistant trade measurement officers, and part of their competency program is that they do take lead on investigations or inspections regarding testing of equipment, etc. However, when a non-compliance is detected, it's actually the inspector that signs the non-compliance notice to the trader and is responsible for the recording of that information within our database. Sometimes, though, this trainees inspectors do complete the data entry into our database, but that is overviewed by the inspector and confirmed and signed off. So we are not surprised that the ANAO found evidence of people that have not been appropriately appointed at a particular point in time, but all of that work that they do is part of their training and competency program.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So if we could come to the main part of my question is what the journey. So you are not unique in having similar findings, but they are quite serious findings. Can you just describe the journey and where in the journey you are now?
So when an inspector goes out at the time of the ANAO audit, they would find non-compliances, they would record it in a database. They would then do what's called a follow-up inspection, and that can occur in a variety of different means, field visit, phone, interrogating our data for third-party accreditation systems. And the inspector would then go back, let's assume back to the premises. The original, what we have found is that original non-compliance matter may have been rectified, and in most cases has, but the inspector, while they are there, may uncover further non-compliances. And that, unfortunately, in our database at that point in time would still appear as a non-compliance. So what we've done since that period is we are modifying our database to ensure that the original matter for non-compliance is identified and as rectified, and any further non-compliances are treated within their own metrics, so they would appear as a new non-compliance. So that's one of the reasons why that occurs, Senator.
Okay, Can I ask a follow-up? Yes, please, because it wasn't actually answered, but please.
So just on that, are you saying that basically that was really a failure of record keeping as opposed to audits failing? Essentially, like
it's a data capture error. I would suggest to you, Senator, which we've based on the ANO recommendations, we have put resources to rectifying that data capture error.
And so of the audit, so I don't know if this is the same group that you're talking about, but there was the ANAO found 1399 of the audits had been conducted by the persons that had either not been appointed or no record. And then of those 456, they resulted in a fail because the audit was invalid. Is that 456 the result of a second audit being found when you did the follow-up inspection that you just kind of explained to Senator Reynolds, or does that explain that 456?
Yes, Senator, as I understand it, but I would have to just cross-check that information.
Yeah, because I think that's important, because it either suggests that they weren't failed audits but just a failure of the systems, as opposed to 456 pieces of work that was done but then couldn't actually be followed through because you didn't have the right people doing the work. So I think that is an important clarification to make.
Yes, can I reiterate that any regulatory activities that were and directions made were appropriately made by inspectors appointed.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
If there's any more information in relation to that, could you take it on notice?
Yes,
please?
Chair.
Thank you.
Could I come to the section of the ANAO report that's about assessing compliance risk? and you are a measurement, critically important measurements agency. And one of the key observations was that you focus compliance activities on ensuring the accuracy of measurement, and it wasn't focused on minimising harm, and you didn't take a risk-based approach, which is typically a best practice to take a risk-based approach. And so could you just perhaps unpack that, or maybe if the ANAO could perhaps just give us your observations about their management of risk, and then we'll come back
Management of risk.
to the witness.
The risk-based approach. So name first.
Tiffany Tang, so Director in the Performance Audit Services Group at the ANAO. So in terms of their management of risk, the audit found that the regulatory approach was not fully and appropriately informed by an assessment of compliance risk. So trade audits, there was not like a clear alignment between those that trade audits being targeted to market sectors and traders at a high risk of regulatory non-compliance, and in the industry level risk assessments that we observed during the audit and the department's targeting of compliance activities, there wasn't just a clear alignment between those.
So, thank you. So, could you perhaps comment on that?
Absolutely, Senator. And thank you for the clarification from the ANAO. Our risk assessment process is continually evolving. We do think that we're at best practice, but we do note improvements can continuously be made. So in regard to the risk assessment process, yes, there are groups of traders that are at higher risk. They are normally small traders, your butchers, fruit and vegetable manufacturers. But we assess that risk on possibly targeting larger traders that have national footprints. And if we ensure that that cohort are doing appropriate measurement-based transactions that are accurate, that outweighs the higher risk category of, for example, the butchers. So we term it getting more bang for buck for the consumers of Australia by targeting those larger or national footprint traders. It doesn't mean we don't go to the small traders, but with the resources that we have, targeting large footprint national retailers where we go in, we can assess their quality assurance processes. If we find detriment or there's not a level playing field, amending their processes and practices is a better outcome for the resources that we have.
So you're talking like the major supermarkets, the major fuel retailers, those sorts of organisations?
Exactly right, Senator. But having said that, we do continue
just having
to
said
review.
that, so I'm getting the impression so far that your approach to this ANAO report is really nothing to see here. We're actually either the observations in the ANAO report were not quite correct and you're doing everything okay. And I'm just wondering how that sits with you accepting the recommendations and how you're actually implementing them. Because at the moment it seems, and forgive me if I'm mishearing you, but it sounds like you're fighting the observations and the need to implement these reforms, that actually everything's okay and they misunderstood.
I'm sorry if I've given you that impression, Senator. The ANAO has pointed out a number of the 6 recommendations where improvement is required, and we have made those amendments in accordance with those recommendations, and that's why we agreed to them. Yes, our risk assessment process could be better. Yes, the way we appoint inspectors, record and ensure that that information is available, required amendment. Yes, our inspection activities could be improved, which we have done. All of the recommendations have led to improvements in the way we undertake our work, and I did not mean to give the impression that everything is fine here. We have learnt from those recommendations. We appreciate the ANAO coming in and guiding us to help improve our services and target and for best utilisation of those resources.
So can you give me some specific examples I can go through some of them. So the audit found several shortcomings in industry-level assessments of compliance risk, including problems with the weighing, content, utility and reliability of the data sets themselves. And in particular, they said that 10 of the data sets were indicators of the relative level of harm that may result from non-compliance, and these could influence the risk rating. So in relation to that specifically, so the first question in relation to that and the data sets is, what specific changes has the department now made so all 19 of the existing data sets are fully used in the calculation of risk? And so risk is measured in terms of the harm of regulatory non-compliance, not just the likelihood of non-compliance.
And again, we have amended those risk assessment processes to add alternative data sets so that they're more give us greater breadth in terms of and inform our targeting activities. So we have made we have developed those processes and those databases further based on those recommendations.
Specifically, so you had 19 data sets, not all of them were used to calculate
Correct.
risk.
Yes.
So is your statement saying, it's a bit ambiguous, so have you created new data sets or have you actually now included all of the data sets?
We haven't included all of the data sets. For example, in some of those data sets, it talks about assessment of population, for example, and we use, it can be used as a driver for that risk assessment, but all 19 sets of data are assessed. Whether we use a particular data set to inform our inspection activities, it again depends on, is the data set referring to small traders or large traders? So we're continuously improving the review of that data set and adding to it.
How do you, how do you, what's your process for identifying and setting priorities?
So it's a multifactored process.
Let me explain why I asked that. The information that we have is that there is a downward trend in the number of audits that you're doing because perhaps something else has taken more of your attention. I just want to understand how you go about that. How you go about setting priorities.
Okay, so we review 1, 3 and 5 year trend data. We use inspectors' intelligence when they're out and about collecting that information. Third, we go to our stakeholders. We have a peak Consumer and Industry Liaison Committee who inform us or provide us information in regard to what's happening within their environments, if there's non-compliances occurring and or where we should target our activities. And obviously we use and analyse our complaint data that we receive from the community. All of that is fed into a matrix of assessment to target particular activities.
Thank you.
So just further to the Chair's question, I'm then sort of led to wonder, well, what's your measure of success? Because the level of non-compliance detected during follow-up audits is not declining. So what does success look like in your upgraded framework if it's not a declining level of compliance? What is success and how do you measure it?
Well, that is the measure of success, Senator, as well as we also do surveys as well, but I won't dwell on that. So as I mentioned earlier, the compliance anomaly that you mentioned is because of our database couldn't record the outcome of follow-up visit. We're amending that, and we are, this year actually, our department, as one of our key performance indicators, has as a metric an improved in compliance rates from initial visit to follow-up visit. So by amending our data set, we are of the view that you will actually see in the data that improvement occurring.
Okay, so you're making the changes at the moment and you will, so you're changing the way you do follow-ups.
Yes, recording.
Yes, and so at some point in the future, you're hoping that the compliance rates will improve?
It's more than hope, Senator. We expect them to improve. If there is an intervention by us, by an inspector, if they found a particular instrument is non-compliant, before that instrument can be reused, it has to be made compliant. So you would expect that is an improvement in compliance.
So in terms of your risk approach and the audit finding that I read out earlier, in terms of serial offenders and taking a more risk-based approach rather than just on the size of an organisation, have you looked at implementing that, and how, if so, how?
Yes, we have, Senator. Part of our priority programming is what we call compliance confidence. So the people that you term serial offenders, if we've had an intervention with them, we will go back within 12 or 18 months and revisit those non-compliant traders to determine if they are still compliant.
So are you able to tell the difference between somebody who just hasn't calibrated a piece of equipment correctly versus somebody who's deliberately defrauding the consumer?
Two ways we do that, Senator. We have what has been termed secret shopper visits, where an inspector will go into a premises to investigate a transaction that occurs over the counter in a deli, for example, and that's to simulate a normal transaction, and we identify if that sort of behaviour is occurring through that manner. But we do normally find that most traders are trying to do the same thing, and it's inadvertent non-compliances that occur. For example, recent examples, a number of states have changed their packaging laws, and a lot of traders have implemented biodegradable bags, for example. And what they haven't done, though, is change the tearing in their point of sale equipment to accommodate, for example, there may be an increase in weight in that packaging, and when we point that out to them, it's almost immediately rectified.
Yep. So can we... Oh,
sorry. I was going to ask you, obviously you've got important legislative responsibilities.
Yes,
and you've mentioned packaging, and I'm specifically thinking about plain packaging of cigarettes, which I know has taken a lot of your time and effort. But in terms of your legislative responsibilities, is that all through the National Measurement Act, or are there other pieces of legislation?
That's the only one that we administer, Senator, the National Measurement Act and its regulations.
Right, and that's the act that guides you.
Yes,
right.
Senator, it's a very comprehensive act.
And does that mean, sorry, not the legislation, but I'm just thinking of what your last answer to Senator Reynolds' question was. And in another lifetime, I was Minister for Fair Trading in New South Wales. I think they call it something else now. And the secret shopper thing. So do you work with state and territory agencies that have responsibilities in this area? And if so, how do you do that?
Senator, in 2010, the states ceded their measurement-based activities and provided coordinated to the Commonwealth in 2010. Right. So we for want of a better word, Senator, inherited all those inspectors and activities and have now a national coordinated response to measurement-based activities.
That was after I finished being the Minister. Okay, thank you.
Just, I guess, going back to some of the issues Senator Reynolds raised, I wondered if you could comment more broadly around the audit findings that showed that audits conducted between 17-18 and 2021 decreased by 67%. And then I think your comments in advising the ANAO that a reduction in staffing levels was not driven by a lack of available resources but the inability to attract and retain staff. I just wondered if you could talk, like, what have been the drivers of the decrease in the number of audits, or is it, you know, that problematic data that we spoke about earlier? Or what are the other drivers of what, like the numbers, you know, they don't look great.
Yes, there has been a decrease in the number of audits over the last couple of years, but there is a number of reasons. Firstly, COVID. We weren't able to recruit inspectors during the COVID period for a couple of years, and our training program for inspectors takes between 12 and 18 months. It's competency assessed, so we couldn't recruit, and a lot of the inspectors that we do recruit, we send around Australia to visit different types of traders. But I can report to the committee that since 2019, yes, we have lost 41 inspector field activities to various reasons, retirement, promotion, other opportunities, but we have recruited 33 and we've still got another 5 vacancies to fill in due course. So we're almost back at the same level. That's the first reason. The second,
from 2019.
2019.
So,
yes,
so are you saying that decrease of that time period is all related to COVID?
Some of it is, Senator, but the other reason for the decrease is we did amend our practices. When we were achieving higher numbers, the inspection type was very bespoke. An inspector might just go in, do an instrument and leave. Mm-hmm. We don't do that anymore. When we enter a premises, they do multiple investigations. So they will check multiple instruments. They will check the trading practice. They will check the pre-pack, for example, in a butcher, or the pre-packed meat. They will check if there's a quality assurance system. They will check who their suppliers and manufacturers and importers are. They will then go upstream and go, if there's irregularities in that, they will go upstream to those manufacturers and importers. So that takes more time, takes more effort from our perspective, however, provides us better results for the consumers, who obviously we're seeking to protect, and also providing that level playing field between traders. So that's one of the other reasons why we've decreased the numbers of inspections.
What happens literally if a butcher shop is not complying? Or if Coles isn't complying?
Yes, so a number of things can occur. Firstly, if it's a tearing issue, packaging, we will inform the particular, let's assume it's the butcher, say, listen, you're not tearing appropriately. In most cases where it's a point of sale item, they can rectify it there and then on the spot. If they can't, if they don't have any other packaging that they can utilise, sometimes they will provide, to the advantage of the consumer, not including the package, or alter their process for providing that product to the consumer.
My question is, must they do that?
They must, yes, Senator.
Yeah, right.
They must comply with our law. It's very prescriptive. A consumer is entitled to get what they pay for. We're very strict about that.
Can I just add something in relation to Senator Diane's questions about whether COVID was the main reason? We set out in the report, we actually go back to 2017-18 because we wanted to look at that pre-COVID period to see if that was the reason. There was a drop-off in the number of audits from 17-18 to 18-19, 19-20, so it's been a downward trend since 17-18, so well before COVID.
No.
And if I may replace, Senator?
Could I just clarify too? Our assessment here wouldn't be characterised as best practice or even approaching best practice. More recent data that we have still shows that high-risk assessments are not being focused on. The majority of activities are focusing on low-risk assessments. So we're just looking at the data that we've been given. So if there's a different way of expressing that, and that should be what's in the records that we're seeing, but that's not what we're seeing.
Thank you.
So there's quite a mismatch there, because I thought I heard you earlier say you thought you were a best practice in your approach.
Yes.
Is that coming out of this audit?
No, we're continuing reviewing our risk assessment processes, and we take note of the ANO's recommendation in the methodology that we use. But as I said earlier, a high-risk trader, an individual butcher, do we target and visit a high-risk butcher, or do we go to major supermarkets, for example, in their butchering area and review packaging, pre-packages in that particular area? So the ANAO is correct. There is high-risk traders that may be identified, but whether we go and make an assessment on if we visit them or not, then becomes, have we visited them before? Has there been issues, etc. So it's, for us, it's about the best utilisation of the resources that we have to drive maximum compliance.
Would there be any businesses that are not subject to the work that you do?
That's an interesting question, Senator. Where it's a trade measurement-based transaction...
That's what I mean, yeah.
Where the transaction is based on measurement, we get involved. There are a couple of exemptions within the Act itself, but, for example, the internet usage, etc., that's a measurement-based transaction. For example, you buy 50 gigabytes. So we don't get involved in those sorts of activities, but where there's others, measurement-based transactions for sale, we don't normally get involved when the buyer is in control. So it's an anomaly that we're trying to address in our measurement law review that we're undertaking right now.
Could I?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the findings in the audit report that we've been discussing is that you, excuse me, significantly failing to meet your targets for trader audits, but you were overachieving in terms of your inspections and briefings for plain packaging for tobacco. So is there a correlation between overachieving on that measurement and underachieving on other measurements?
There's not a direct correlation. Yes, we do undertake those activities under the MOU to meet those contractual obligations.
Are they the same people? So are they the same people who would... So by correlation, you've got more people doing that and overachieving on that metric, but they're people who would be doing other inspections.
Yes, but the contractual obligation, the memorandum of understandings that we do have they pay for those resources, and we get additional resources to undertake those activities, so more inspectors. Yes, there's an anomaly there in regard to, it appears to be that we prioritise those activities over our measurement-based activities, but as I mentioned earlier, we also had issues in regard to the recruitment post-COVID, and that delivered that anomaly to occur.
So maybe this is for the ANAO. So even when non-compliance was identified, the audit found neither warning letters nor infringement notices were consistently issued in a timely manner. And further, even when follow-up audits identified continuing non-compliance, no further enforcement action was taken in some cases. So did you find any evidence as to why DISA appeared reluctant to take enforcement action? And is this a trend you've seen more widely across other similar agencies?
Thank you, Senator. I think we do at times see, and I think in the previous sessions this morning, we saw that entities will prefer an educational approach in the first instance. And move towards things like infringement notices and that kind of things as things ramp up through the scale. In these cases, I think we did find that there were data issues and assessment and application issues. So it may not have been an unwillingness to actually pursue things, but rather a data, a governance and a process issue. So, for example, as
so they didn't have the mechanism to do that in an orderly fashion.
Consistently and put it through a process. So, I mean, as we were talking about before, I mean, from our perspective, applying a compliance framework from a risk-based approach means that you approach the high-risk end of the scale most and tackle that. The data that we had was that some high-risk rated entities had not been visited for a number of years. So you would look at that kind of data and you would put it through the system and say, okay, strategically we need to work back through this. So it was, I suppose, a collection of governance data and assessment processes that we were seeing. I'm not sure that we saw any specific reluctance to apply approaches, but it's difficult to tell.
So it's failure of data and process and a risk-based approach and a system to implement it.
Yes, as I said before, we weren't seeing something that was even approaching better practice. And as I said, even more recent data is not showing that it's there.
I might just add as well, I think it's something we commonly see across audits is not using the full suite of the regulatory responses that can be made, and there's a lot more of the action at the lower end and you rarely see anything at the high end.
Why do you think that is? Did you come to any?
We haven't come to a conclusion as to why, but we do see a lack of use of the high end
across
a variety of regulatory audits.
Okay.
Thank you. Just out of, do we invite DISA to appear as well? Yeah, but the actual from, or maybe I'll just ask later, from the actual department, not just from the NIM. Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay, is there any other questions?
Oh, maybe, can I just ask one more?
Yes, of course.
Sorry.
Yes, plenty of time.
What would you say in terms of the culture of your part of the organisation is towards compliance activities and risk management and effectiveness of your activities post the audit, and what kinds of, like, what are the tangible things that you've seen change as a result of any cultural reflections that might have come from this report?
It has led to changes, Senator. In fact, we've introduced what's called our accountability framework for our staff that puts in some key milestones in regard to investigations, enforcement actions. That's a direct result of the ANAO audit. We've amended, as I said, our risk assessment processes to better target, noting what I mentioned earlier, bang for buck. The culture of our organisation I'm very proud of. They're fantastic inspectors, field staff. The people that we employ have to have the skills and abilities to negotiate not only with the butchers we mentioned earlier, but the Coles, the large traders as well. So they span that environment. They're well trained. I would say that we're a contemporary regulator. Other departments come to us to undertake their investigation activities. And a lot of times we have to say no because we have our own work to do. The exceptions obviously being the tobacco plain packaging, and we also do fuel sampling on behalf of Department of Environment and Climate Change. And that's only because we're in those traders. It's utilising government resources effectively and reduces red tape for regulatory burden, for the trader, having one inspector doing multiple things. So in a nutshell, the NMI is a contemporary organisation. I'm held to account for good outcomes. In regard to the enforcement actions, if you did have a chance to look at our compliance work from 23 to 24, the number of infringement notices, enforcement actions that we have taken has increased over the years. Again, direct outcome of the ANAO recommendations in regard to our processes, targeting the right things, but also holding the traders to account.
Thank you, Chair. Just on your last comments, I don't think that, and it's good to hear that you're very happy with the morale and the professionalism of your team, and I've got no doubt that is true. But I think on the basis of the ANAO report, a bit surprised to say that you're an exemplar, or you see yourself as an exemplar, because clearly, and you're not the only organisation, again, this is not a witch hunt, you're not the only organisation, but in terms of the description of how your business is conducted, it doesn't scream exemplar in this report. It could be. So what concrete steps, with some specificity then, in terms of the system and the processes and the data and how it's used and the results that you were getting, that just does not scream to me a modern exemplar. So what are the specific changes you have made then from the organisation that you accept the ANO described to now?
So it's all about, I mentioned the continuous improvement in regard to the risk assessment process. So that's one of the main outcomes. The second is building that trust and reliability within our staff to undertake that work, and that has the development of the accountability framework. So there's specific key performance indicators in regard to, especially where detriment has occurred to a consumer or of a business, the way we undertake those follow-ups in a timely manner. So resolution of those compliance outcomes in a more timely manner. And the third element is in regard to ensuring that we are interrogating appropriate data sets to better target and do that risk assessment process.
So the issue that the ANO, just my last question, Chair. Sure. So the issue that the ANO, I think it was Ms Jago, actually no it wasn't, it was Mr, I can't read your name. White, thank you. Described in terms of not having the right information or the right tracking systems to allow that more contemporary risk-based approach and also the follow-up. So has that system that they identified and saw then, has that changed?
Yes, it has.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, Senator, our data capture has changed. It's called our TMARS database, where, as we speak, making further changes to be able to capture that information and report on it in accordance with what I mentioned earlier, the accountability framework. So I would envisage that will show results within the next 12 months. And as I said, it's incumbent upon me because it's a key performance.
So how will you know that the results then, in terms of metrics, what will the evidence be that it is actually resulting in reform and better outcomes?
So you'll see that result first visit and follow-up visit, you should see an improvement in compliance, first thing. Second thing, if you use enforcement actions as a driver or an indicator of compliance, you'll see those enforcement actions also increasing, which they are doing now. We're targeting appropriately. You'll also should see an increase in compliance rates, but not necessarily, because if you're targeting high-risk people, you would expect you are identifying more non-compliance. So it's a balancing act, Senator.
Could you take on notice and just provide more the detail of those new approaches for us?
Absolutely, Senator.
Thank you.
Be happy to.
Chair.
Thank you. Can I...
Chair, if I could.
Yes.
Within our performance statements audit program, we will be looking at performance measures in relation to this area for 30 June next year's accounts, and we have just previously done that for this year's accounts as well. So we will continue to look at the material in this space.
That's good. Can I thank you for appearing today? There's a couple of, I think, two things you've taken on notice.
Yes.
One's to do with the failed audits that has been asked for, plus that
follow-ups, yes.
That last request. And if you could get those to the Secretariat by the 6th of December, we'd appreciate it. And if there's any other questions from members, we will get them to you in writing via the Secretariat. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
Thank you.
Our next, thank you. Our next witnesses are here. The tax office. All of you? Holy mackerel. It's okay, we're a little early, so don't rush. I need new glasses. I can't read any.
I'm getting my eyes tested. I'm having trouble too.
Do you have bifocals?
I do multi.
Me too. What about you, Lisa?
Yes, me too. Because I get my eyes tested and go back home. And I keep increasing the font on my phone, and that's a good sign as that font gets bigger and bigger.
If you're comfortable, we might get started. You're obviously from the Australian Taxation Office and the Australian National Audit Office as well. Can I ask people to introduce themselves and give us short titles as well, please?
Certainly. So, my name is Hector Thompson. I'm the Deputy Commissioner, International Support and Programs. I know we have brought a number of people today, but the topic is quite broad, so I was hoping that by doing so we would be able to answer as many questions as possible.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
So, Will Day, I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Taxation for Small Business.
Nicholas Shazaz, I'm the ATO's General Counsel.
Rebecca Feely, I'm the Assistant Commissioner in Fraud and Criminal Behaviours.
And Darryl McCarthy, I'm the Assistant Commissioner for the GST program.
And Ian Eaton, I'm a Director for Risk and Strategy in the Small Business line.
Michael White, Acting Group Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group.
With the microphones, or is it my hearing?
Rona Miller, Deputy Auditor General.
Can you speak up a little, please?
Carla Jago, Acting Deputy Auditor General.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. There's some formal things I need to go through prior to us asking some questions. This hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I remind committee members that public officials should not be asked to give opinions on matter of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to superior officers or to a minister. However, this does not preclude questions being asked about for explanation of policies or factual questions about how policies were adopted. Witnesses are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and accompanied by a statement setting out the basis of the claim. Are there any brief opening remarks before we move to questions?
Happy to move straight to questions, Chair. We've obviously made the submission to the committee, so if there's any questions around that, we're certainly ready to answer those.
Excellent. There are a number of issues I'd like to pursue, but I might do that after I give opportunities for my fellow members to ask questions. Lisa.
Thank you. Since, I don't know how you pronounce the Operation Protego, is that right?
Yep, Protego.
Protego. Do you have an updated figure of how much money the ATO has recovered under the Operation Protego? The figure, I think, for August 2023 was 123 million. Do you have an updated figure since then?
So everyone's sort of here for different reasons. I might pass for that question to Will Day.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So I'm just looking through my notes if I can find that figure for you. I think it's in excess of 120 million, but I might... we've recovered more than 151 million as at the 31st of August 2024.
Thank you. August 2024.
That's right.
Yep, thank you. I understand that Operation Protego was closed in November 23 to new cases from 30 June 2023.
That's correct, Senator.
So how long will the operation operate for, and is there an estimate or aim of how much money can be recovered, or it's finished? Is that?
So our efforts to recover fraudulent amounts paid out continue, and for that same reason, statutory interest continues to apply for those that have been unlawfully paid. Similarly, our efforts in terms of criminal prosecutions continue, working both through the Serious Financial Crime Task Force and with various state law enforcement, and those investigations will continue. So the Serious Financial Crime Task Force has finalised 60 investigations and referred 51 briefs of evidence to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions, with 6 active investigations in progress. As I say, we continue to work with state law enforcement as well, and just recently, within the last few days, a Victorian woman has been sentenced to 3 years and 6 months imprisonment for both GST and JobKeeper fraud.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, what was that? JobKeeper?
JobKeeper and Operation Protego GST-related fraud.
Can I just ask a quick question on that? So in terms of the actual money recovered from what you found in the operation, do you anticipate that it's also had a bit of a chilling effect on people out there in terms of, is this part of the strategy also to let people know that you're watching and perhaps to discourage fraud?
Thank you,
more generally.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So certainly we've been very transparent and vocal around the fraud that we saw. So going back to a media release in May of 2022, we were very clear about the fraud that we were seeing. Certainly we have further increased our capacity to identify that fraud and strengthened a range of controls since that time. As I say, we continue to focus on all fraud. So whilst Operation Protego itself has closed, we continue to improve our ability to deal and respond to new and emerging fraud. And I might ask Ms. Fearley for...
Would you like to add to that?
Yes, so just in terms of what we've been able to do since Protego, and indeed one of the recommendations from the ANAO audit was around a fraud event management framework and having that in place. The fraud event management framework helps clarify how we detect and respond where there are incidents of fraud that occur. And it's important to note that there's a variety of fraud types that the ATO manages beyond the GST fraud as well, and that the typology used in Operation Protego. And so through that fraud event management framework, it focuses on how we detect and respond. It was endorsed and that piece of the recommendation concluded in January this year. And indeed it was tested out in a real fraud surge response as well, which demonstrates its ability for us to detect early and to be able to contain and improve our response to fraud as well.
Can I ask, looking at the ANAO report that found quarterly conformance reporting was incomplete, not timely, and did not provide adequate assurances of the ATO's compliance and external fraud obligations. Given that, and I know it was some time ago, what have the recommendations of the ANAO audit meant for you?
Yeah, so I might take that one, Chair.
I know that's a broad question.
Yeah, that's fine. And perhaps if so maybe a useful opportunity to actually run through the 5 recommendations and just give you an update, because obviously we do cover them in the
that would be helpful.
The paper, but some time has passed, and so I can update you on a number of them. So Yes, the ANAO did make 5 recommendations. The ATO agreed with all the recommendations, and we are in the process of implementing them. We have implemented several, and we are on track to implement the rest. So the first recommendation was, as you touched on, around the roles and responsibilities for fraud prevention, direction and treatment, and also our external fraud conformance process. So both of those elements of the recommendation have been completed, and we can touch on some of the internal processes.
I'd like to hear about
that we use. The final part of that recommendation is that we need to update our chief executive instructions to reflect those changes, and we are expecting to complete that in December, so that one will be completed by the end of the year. The second recommendation went to a GST fraud risk assessment, and that was recently completed. So that is an assessment across the entire organisation around GST fraud. And I think it's just probably helpful at this point to sort of step back and think a little bit about the nature of fraud. So where a tax system is vulnerable, particularly vulnerable to fraud, is where a refund is provided. Now, obviously, you know, in the GST system, there are refunds provided, but there are refunds provided in many elements of the tax system. And the other thing I sort of wanted to note for the committee is that this is not a uniquely Australian problem. So a part of my job relates to relationships with other tax administrations around the world. And for them, this is, you know, number one, or if not number one, it's certainly in their top 3 priorities, because the digital ecosystem just accelerates and enables a level of fraud that you know, tax administrations globally have not had to deal with in the past. So that risk assessment has been conducted, and we are now moving to the risk treatment plan, which is really understanding, if you think about the GST, we organise ourselves along taxpayer or client segments. We have individuals, small business, high wealth, public groups, and of course GST is collected from all those client segments. The third recommendation related to external fraud risk assessment, so that has been completed and endorsed, and we are on track to again make those changes in our internal fraud and corruption control plan. I think probably of most interest to the committee will be the 4th recommendation, that is around the fraud surge response strategy. So if you think about what happened in Protego, we got many claims from many people at a very compressed time frame. And so the challenge for an administrator in that situation is to be able to deal and treat with that volume of potentially fraudulent claims. That was actually the first recommendation that was completed, and as Ms Feely touched on in her answer, that is a framework that we've now had in place for about six months.
Since January 2024.
Okay, sorry, longer than 6 months, and it has been tested on a number of occasions. The final recommendation was around references to the Attorney General's Department fraud benchmark, and the recommendation was that was not an appropriate internal benchmark for the ATO to use. So we have completed the first step of that recommendation, which is we've removed that from our internal fraud controls. And we are working on an alternative benchmark. And what I would say about that benchmark is we're trying to give thought to not a static benchmark, but a benchmark that enables us to say, well, over time, this is the sort of level of fraudulent claims that we're experiencing. But right at this moment, for example, we're seeing an increased number of claims, and so that's the sort of so we have a risk benchmark to identify when the organisation is under particular threat.
What happens with? Thank you for that. And this may not be a relevant question for today, but the amount of scams we all know is huge, including scams that pretend they're the ATO and send messages to people. How do you manage all that, or does that go to somebody else?
I'm happy to start, but then I think I might throw to Ms Feely again.
Because it's really, some of us can recognise, but for a lot of people, they see something which they think is from the ATO,
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I have a personal phone, and it is regularly. I regularly get emails from someone purporting to be the ATO, asking me to click on a link, or that there is a statement waiting for me.
I get it.
Obviously, I don't, and that would be my recommendation to anyone who receives.
But not everyone is that good.
Yeah. And look, if I got the opportunity today, I did want to just put on the record, so we have recently transitioned MyGov ID to My ID, and there are a range of, what do we call it, IP3, Identity Protocol? Proofing. Identity Proofing Level 3. So if most of you probably have a a My ID app on your phone now. If you don't have Level 3 identity proofing, then I encourage you to do so. That is the most effective way that you as an individual can protect yourself from identity theft and scamming. But on the broader question that was asked, I think I will throw to Ms. Feely.
Yes, so thank you for your question. So in terms of the scams that are prevalent in the community, there are some that don't help the ATO out in terms of trajectory for phishing details that may be used, for example, through MyGov. So first of all, in terms of getting a handle on the types of scams that are out there, we do have relationships with the National Anti-Scam Centre, with Services Australia themselves, and others to be able to get that understanding of the breadth. But we also have a dedicated report scams contact area within the ATO. Within the ATO, for those taxpayers who wish to report directly to us scams, impersonation, phishing scams that may affect them. And as a result of that, we're able to identify the vector, if you like, or the link that people were asked to click on, or the phone number people were asked to call. And to be able to report that through website takedowns can occur. For example, the other thing that we have done since the ANAO report, excuse me, is we've joined the Australian Financial Crimes Exchange, which includes a platform for anti-scams intelligence, which is where both public and private sector members are able to report those phone numbers, website addresses, etc. And so we are currently exploring the ability for that to streamline our existing processes to report those sites and have them taken down.
And the ANAO recommendations assisted you with that process?
The ANAO
Or prompted you?
Prompted. It's probably broader though, in that the GST fraud conducted was mostly what we would say was first-party fraud in a taxpayer's own name against their own account, and phishing and other scams generally are looking to get enough identity credentials to do takeover of somebody's
identity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think one of the things that's interesting in this report, when you look at it collectively rather than also rec by rec, is relevant to testimony and questions that you've asked others in the last few hearings about saving things up for a rainy day and staying on top of things. I think one of the risks in a big regulator like the ATO that has many, many responsibilities is not letting some things drift to the bottom of the pile. And one of the things that, if you step back from this, is GST you describe as dispersed across the markets and the client segments. And can the Commissioner turn to someone at this table or someone else who's not at this table and say, are we all over GST? And is there an easy way to bring that together? So some of the findings that we made were about the visibility or the sort of allocation of responsibility. It felt like in the audit that things had gotten dusty on GST, and unfortunately for the tax office and the community, Protego and the events in that pushed it right up to the top again and showed the sort of weaknesses that we saw on the way through. So you commented earlier about not leaving things till a rainy day to keep them contemporary and keep them exercised. And I'd say that's probably a clear lesson that came out of our audit, that things weren't rising their way to the top on the simple governance and accountability and watch point frames. Right. And the recommendations really help you bring it back to the top.
Do anyone want to reflect on that?
Yeah, happy to. So, certainly the point that it's a large organisation, it's complicated, there's many lines of accountability, that is certainly the case, and the ANAO recommendations helped us reflect on what a clearer and more responsive structure and system of risk controls might look like. Right. So, for example, I am the GST risk owner. That does not mean that in the large market, the private wealth market and the small business market and the individuals market, I'm responsible for the compliance activities that are undertaken there. It does not mean that I'm responsible for combating fraud, but it means if there is a risk around the GST that I think needs to be escalated in the organisation, or we need to think about additional resources, or, for example, the implementation of the recommendations that the ANO has made, that is my accountability. My colleague, Mr McCarthy, he is, I think we've given you the title GST Risk Advisor. Yes. So at the moment we're going through the treatment plan coming through our risk assessment to satisfy ourselves that, within all those markets, that the risks we have identified are being appropriately addressed. I do think the other thing that is a really important recommendation, and I mention it again because it's the first one that we did, is that you can imagine the challenge in an organisation at the size of the ATO with the number of risks that the ATO is managing on a daily basis. Yes. Is that prioritisation decision where you say, no, this risk is so significant that we actually need to move resources, we need to address that, and to the point that was made that the Commissioner needs to understand that that's what the organisation needs to do.
Absolutely.
And that was the process that Ms Feely was touching on, and it is a process that we have tested over the last 6 to 9 months. And in my view, as the risk owner, it is operating effectively to ensure that where we detect large-scale fraud events, we are able to quickly move to address those. And that's not to say the problem is solved. There is still we still have enormous risk in this space. Tax administrations globally still have enormous risk in this space. But we do have the framework to be able to move in a more agile manner to address those risks.
I mean, part of the challenge and what's important for this committee to hear as well, if anyone can reflect on this, is that the ATO is part of everyone's life. And therefore, the expectation of the public is a pretty robust, credible organisation, which I think you are. But there must be... Is that part of your thinking from a cultural perspective, the credibility of your organisation and how you manage fraud and risk?
Yes. I mean, I might add that we're staffed by professional, dedicated officers, and for them, often for them personally, the importance of addressing fraudulent behaviour where we detect it is paramount. So I don't think obviously we think about our reputation. We touched a little bit earlier on the consequence strategy associated with people who've conducted fraud. But I think, from my perspective, the more important aspect is that we provide the tools and the resources internally that we need to satisfy ourselves, our people, that we are combating fraud where we detect it.
To the degree it helps, I might just also add that beyond the detection and response with our event management framework under implementing the ANAO's recommendations, we also do a lot of work on preventing fraud, including proactive vulnerability assessments across our system, so that it doesn't happen in the first place to the degree that we can identify vulnerabilities before they're exploited.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just on that point, and the one that the Deputy Auditor General mentioned, and that is organisational shift. And so I asked these next series of questions, very appreciative of your approach, one that you've come here with the right people to answer the questions, and also with your submission and the seriousness with which you're taking this. Just wondering whether the ANO found that you didn't have an enterprise framework for fraud that was fit for purpose. Now, you are taking the actions, but I guess my first question is, given that with tax, fraud is a constant. You know, you will always have fraudulent activities. Where there's money, you will have fraud. So how did that drift happen that the organisation ended up with a not fit for purpose fraud enterprise framework? Now, you're remediating that, but sort of how did that happen, and are there any lessons there for yourself and other organisations that manage fraud?
Yeah, happy to answer that. And I think this question has sort of come up in the context of previous hearings as well. So I remember former Commissioner Jordan being asked about this in his last estimates appearance, and I don't remember his exact words. So the risk management framework that we had did not adequately comprehend that so many people would commit first-person fraud in such a short period of time at the scale they did. And I can't remember his exact words, but I think he acknowledged that was a failure to imagine that would happen, and that is something that tax administrations around the world are having to come to terms with. That actually, there's something about the digital environment that changes some things in that space.
So just on that point, we've also got an inquiry going now on AI and the implications of AI for the public sector federally. And so in relation to that, and you did touch on AI briefly, I think, earlier, but obviously there's the threat from AI, yep. And clear evidence is that it speeds up the ability and also sort of to commit fraud, but also it's an opportunity to use as a tool as well to actually detect an action. Yep. So how are you seeing, in terms of what you've just described, that accelerating rate that everybody's confronting now, yep. The implications and opportunities for AI in that context?
Yep. So I'm probably one person short because the smarter data area in the ATO is doing a lot of thinking about artificial intelligence, both as a tool for government and, to your point, as a tool that could be potentially leveraged by fraudsters. There is absolutely no doubt that, like the broader digital environment, it has the potential to accelerate the ability of fraudsters to attack systems such as the ATO. It also has the ability to improve, or to make the fraud harder to detect. So perhaps if I use a simple example, we spoke at the start of the session of the emails that we all get on our phones. The quality of those emails is likely to improve as a result of AI and make it harder for individuals to be able to distinguish between a genuine email and a false email. So I'll just pause briefly in case any of my colleagues wish to make a comment, but if you were interested in a more informed answer on AI and the implications of AI, that is probably one I would take on notice today.
Or what we could perhaps suggest is, if the ATO hasn't yet done a submission to our AI inquiry, I think I can speak on behalf of the committee, we would greatly appreciate, so maybe if you could pass that on, and if they're not preparing one or haven't submitted one, we would love to hear from you.
Happy to
in more detail on that, so happy to take it on notice, and if possible then do the submission.
I'll just check with that.
Look, the only thing I would add, Deputy Chair, is that I think we've identified some of the risks around malignant use of AI, etc. We certainly do use it in a defensive sense, so a lot of our risk models are smart models that do learn from previous attempts and so on. So certainly we are trying to harness AI in terms of the defence of fraud and other wrongful claims, but we can certainly take your request on notice.
Thank you.
Is it easy to detect fraud or someone that really has made a big mistake without knowing it?
So I might throw to Ms. Feely in a minute, who might speak about the various fraud vectors that we identify. I think it varies enormously depending. I mean, there's very basic frauds. There's very simple frauds. We talk about first, second, third person fraud, depending on whether it's being done by the individual, whether it's being done by someone who's taken over the individual's identity, or whether it's a sort of more sophisticated attack from more professional fraudsters. So I think like that's a huge topic. But Ms. Feely, did you?
Thank you. It is a broad topic, and there is a spectrum of behaviour, because the difference between someone who perhaps could improve their compliance through education, where they may have made an error, versus all the way to the other end where it's deliberate behaviour and much more clearly fraud.
And that's easy to detect.
Where you're at the each end of the spectrum, it's far easier than those that may be close to the boundary. So that's where an investigation and some manual attention and questioning flushes out that that differentiation.
So maybe just to pick up on that point. So again, we do have sophisticated risk models at various points of registration and lodgement. And as I've said, they do employ smart technology. They do learn from past experience. But they're not automated in the sense that there is a human being then that takes action, that will contact the taxpayer and conduct various forms of investigation with financial institutions and so on, so that they can make an informed decision as to whether maybe it's an identity takeover case, maybe it's not fraud at all. Maybe
and I'll go to Senator Darmian in a moment, but you obviously have, if you're speaking to someone that has no English, you have someone with that cultural background to be able to conduct those investigations?
Chair, that's a broad-ranging question, of course, and I think we continue to invest in our ability to deal with cultural and linguistic diversity and so on. But yes, we do have a large workforce, and we can work through those sorts of issues respectfully.
Lisa.
Most might have been covered. I just have one though, just in response to the Assistant Auditor General's comments around the dusty analogy. Has this audit caused you to have a look at other areas in the ATO that may be similarly dusty, and kind of proactively look at how you might improve things? And if so, what have they been?
So I think I might go back to the point about the audit was around GST fraud, and obviously we had Operation Protego, and so there was a strong focus on that. But the fraud that we observe internally in the ATO is limited. Not limited. There is a vulnerability in any part of the system where there is an opportunity for a refund. There are also vulnerabilities, more sophisticated vulnerabilities, potentially where there is not the opportunity necessarily for a refund. So I don't want to give the impression that it is only with respect to where there is a refund, but we are particularly vulnerable where there is a refund. I think that the audit has broader applicability in the organisation around fraud. So the mechanism we're talking about with the escalation, the surge response. That is not limited to GST fraud. So if we found a fraud event that was targeting some other head of revenue in some sort of systematic way, then this same system would apply to that. I think you can think about many ways around structuring your organisation. We choose to structure our organisation around our taxpayer segments because we think that's the most appropriate way to deal effectively with the market. And so where we have, therefore, cross-cutting taxes across those segments, we need to think about how we handle that. And in the case of fraud, we need to have a broad approach to that covers any potential vulnerabilities.
Probably what I would add as well, Senator, again, our direct response to recommendation 3, which is an enterprise external fraud risk assessment. Again, that's not limited to GST. I'd probably add also that as important and helpful as the 5 recommendations are, that certainly wouldn't want the committee to think they're the only improvements we've made, either immediately in response to Protego and since. And I think the ANA recognised through their review that we were putting in place a range of improvements even as we were speaking to them. And I think at the broadest level, it's some learnings in terms of our risk management approaches more broadly, and I know we continue to invest and revise those approaches.
In terms of, sorry.
I was just going to say, so thank you for alerting us to my Gov ID change to my ID. I've just can verify it's very simple to use, and I've got some work to do to strengthen my ID. So thank you. Sorry, Chair.
I'm going to get it. I'm particularly interested in the in your risk governance, and obviously the ATO, the ANO found that that they were partly effective. In relation to your fraud and corruption control plan, has that been updated or improved in terms of the that there's proper ownership of all of the parts of that plan?
So I think that's recommendation 3.
Yeah.
And so one element of that is completed, and that is the internal work around the external fraud risk assessment that has been completed and endorsed. The fraud and corruption control plan, there are still elements of that which we are working to finalise. We do anticipate finalising it by the end of the year, but that is, well, I think to the point we were discussing before, that's broader than just the GST, and so that we're working through a range of risks that the organisation faces.
But you're working on it.
Yes.
Is there any other questions?
Maybe just if there's any other final observations from the ANAO. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
You get an eye mark.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Before you go, though, can I just thank you for giving evidence here today. I think there was one issue that you were going to take on notice.
Yeah, a request around AI and a submission to another inquiry.
Yes, so if that could be taken seriously, obviously for very obvious reasons, and if that could be, does that need to be submitted by a certain time?
Oh, you have made a submission already, apparently.
Well.
Submission 18.
Apologies, I was unaware of that.
Also, well, thank you very much.
We're working our way through them, so
clearly.
Thank you.
So forget that. You don't have to do anything. Can I thank you very much for being here? If there is any further questions that we have, we'll write to you by the Secretariat. And thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Thanks to the committee.
Thank you.
I'm going to suspend the hearing until 1 o'clock. Look, we might get started a little bit early, and that means you'll get a bit of an early mark. So thank you very much for being here. There's some formalities I just need to go through, as you'd be aware, before a hearing. So I resume the hearing and I call representatives from the Department of Home Affairs and the Australian National Audit Office. For Hansard, if we could just whip around and get your names, your titles, before we actually start.
Afternoon, Chair. Michael Willard, Acting Deputy Secretary, Immigration, Department of Home Affairs.
Afternoon, Emily Winch, Senior Director of the Office of Migration Agents Registration Authority, Department of Home Affairs.
Thank you.
Michelle Page, Acting Group Executive Director, Performance Audit, ANAO.
Rona Mellor, Deputy Auditor General.
Caroline McLeish, Auditor General.
Carla Jago, Acting Deputy Auditor General.
Thank you very much. The hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I remind committee members that public officials should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to superior officers or to a minister. However, this does not preclude questions being asked for explanations of policies or factual questions about what and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and accompanied by a statement setting out the basis of that claim. As there are there any brief opening statements that you'd like to make?
I have a brief one, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the invitation to appear today. We represent the Office of the Migration Agents Registration Authority, the OMARA, a part of the Department of Home Affairs. OMARA is responsible for regulating registered migration agents in Australia in accordance with the Migration Act 1958 and the Migration Agents Regulations 1998. In June 2023, the ANAO began its performance audit of the Department's regulation of migration agents through the OMARA. The Department welcomed the Auditor General report tabled on the 8th of May 2024 and agreed with the report's 11 recommendations. The recommendations align with a prioritised and ongoing program of work initiated by the Department in mid-2022 to expand the OMARA and significantly enhance and uplift its regulatory capabilities and strengthen its regulatory performance. Many of the ANAO recommendations also complement those made in the rapid review into the exploitation of Australia's visa system. As detailed in the October 2023 government response to the rapid review, the government's committed to strengthening the regulation of RMAs and uplifting OMARA's compliance and investigative capabilities. In our submission to the inquiry, we articulated the improvements already made to OMARA's regulatory capabilities, those still underway, as well as future planned improvements. This work is producing results with an increase in regulatory outcomes in 2023-2024 and continuing this program year, including the number of RMAs sanctioned and refused registration. OMARA has implemented a compliance and monitoring strategy framework and plan for 2024-25 to guide the detection and disruption of alleged inappropriate conduct by RMAs and to identify trends in non-compliance to target and prioritise regulatory activities. The OMARA commenced monitoring activities under this framework in September 2024. The Department will significantly mature and refine this framework through the use of information and data analytics with the assistance of a regulatory compliance specialist to ensure best practiced approach. In relation to the status of the ANAO recommendations, 3 recommendations have been completed and are awaiting formal closure. The remaining 8 recommendations are at various stages of completion, with all recommendations expected to be implemented by 30th of June 2025. Recommendations that require changes to the OMARA's IT system will need the additional time until June 2025 to design, build and implement. We welcome questions from the committee in relation to the work of the OMARA.
Thank you very much for that. I might just kick off and then hand over to my Deputy Chair and Committee Member. clearly migration is a challenging issue. And a very high-profile issue. But I couldn't help but notice there was a contrast in what the ANAO found, and that was that the process you have was not effective in terms of registration and regulation of migration agents, and we hear very much that you've taken on board. I understand all the recommendations, although there's some disagreement about one of them, which we'll come to. I just know from being a member of Parliament and having a seat in a very high, a very diverse population, and often at the end of the day you get people that have seen a migration agent who are very unhappy. So you end up doing the work which people get charged very large amounts of money for. So I'd be interested in hearing from you. I mean, none of that's news to you. I know that. But the issue of regulation of migration agents, I think it's really, really important in terms of particularly the so-called services that some of them, I think there's a lot of very good migration agents, but there is certainly some that are not good that you'd be more than aware of, and I'd be interested in pursuing with you where things are at in terms of the actual regulation, whether any of the 11 recommendations of the ANAO is going to improve your work, and where you're at with the implementation of those, particularly given the fact that, well, I think there was a disagreement between yourselves and the ANAO about effective action on complaints taking place.
Thank you, Chair. Look, just picking up on your comments, the migration system obviously has touch points all over Australia.
Yes, that's right.
It's a very complex regulatory system. It's had 70 years of development almost since the Migration Act came into effect, and there's a significant level of complexity in the system. In that context, high quality migration advice is a very important part of the system, and the role that the OMARA takes in terms of regulating registered migration agents is critical. We did take very seriously the findings and the recommendations, and do have a program of work underway to implement changes and improve the OMARA's performance. I'll ask Ms Winch to expand on some of those elements shortly, but one point I would make is we have invested significantly in resourcing for the OMARA to help them develop the capabilities they need to be effective as regulators.
Thank you. So in terms of the work that we're doing, we did take into account all of the recommendations of the ANAO. We have started by that incredible investment in terms of staffing. So we've dedicated that staffing predominantly in our investigations and compliance space. We have revised our internal processes for assessment and triaging of particular complaints as they come our way. We've got greater use of our data and systems internally within the department. We're working closely with our stakeholders who have information or intelligence to share with us in terms of our registered migration agent cohort. We're doing a whole raft of things that were identified in the ANAO audit that we've already made improvements to. For example, manual processing of registration applications. We have implemented our compliance and monitoring framework. We have commenced monitoring activities. We have looked at our governance frameworks. We've implemented some policies and procedures internally for all of our respective regulatory functions. We have have made system changes to some extent in terms of ensuring that some of the issues that we identified in the report do not occur again. But of course, there are a raft of other system improvements that we are making in accordance with all of the outstanding recommendations that will again help us in terms of regulation.
And just to follow up that, the process of actually the registration of migration agents, can you just describe that, please?
Absolutely. So under the Migration Act, there is a set requirements to become registered. So you must be an Australian citizen, Australian permanent resident, or a New Zealand citizen holding a special category C visa. There is a knowledge component, so you must have completed a graduate diploma in migration law. Then you must have completed a knowledge exam called the capstone within the prior 12 months before applying for registration. You have to have a requisite level of professional indemnity insurance. And then there is the element of us making an assessment as to whether that person is a fit and proper person or a person of integrity. So there's a raft of considerations that we will have regard to in making that element of assessment as well. For repeat applicants, there's also, of course, the continuing professional development component in order to be able to be registered in the next period.
And is it the role of the MARA to deregister people?
Absolutely. So where we have information or we have an investigation underway in terms of suspected misconduct in respect of an RMA, we do have a process that's mandated under the Migration Act that requires us to put those allegations before the individual, set out the evidence and the reasons as to why we might be proposing to take disciplinary action in accordance with the Migration Act, and of course allow that affected individual to make a submission in respect of that information before we can move to disciplinary action. We can take a number of actions under the Migration Act. We have the power to cancel the registration of a registered migration agent. We have the ability to suspend them. We have the ability to caution them. And then we also have the ability to bar a former agent.
Sorry, what was that?
A former agent. So where an agent may have released their registration or not renewed their registration, we still have the ability under the Act to bar a former agent from registering for a period up to 5 years.
In the process that you've just described, and we'll come back to the ANAO in a minute, but I mean, the vulnerability of many of the clients of migration agents, how is that? Is that part of what your thinking is?
Absolutely. So, for example, I mentioned the triage and assessment model that we have in place. One of the criterion is the impact on the migration program, the impact of the suspected misconduct, both from a monetary perspective, the impact on the consumer, for example. So we do take that into account throughout a whole raft of activities. So that's complaint management, for example. But of course, we will be looking at that as one of our major harms in terms of the risks that we have identified in terms of RMA conduct. So that's part of our compliance and monitoring framework. We also take it into account in the AMARA risk register, for example. So it's always at our forefront of our mind in terms of the extent of harm that may be posed by a RMA on a consumer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you go first. Thanks. Thank you, and welcome back, Mr. Willett. As you know, Home Affairs is a somewhat of frequent flyer in this committee, and even for Home Affairs, I've got to say, this audit was shocking. And the non-effective rating is incredibly serious. And my first question when reading this report is, why did it take an ANAO audit to identify these problems and to start rectifying them? As the Chair has said, every member and senator gets complaints about migration agents and complaints of overcharging, not actually delivering good advice. or actually providing advice where none was really needed, or and also another area, and I might come back to that separately, but is migration agents' role in the sex trade and illegal, their facilitation of trafficked women into the country. But I'll come back to that separately. So, on reflection of this, how on earth did this happen?
Senator, we certainly take the finding very seriously. As I mentioned in my opening statement, it was a finding based on an assessment of the OMARA over a period of time. We had, in mid-2022, already started to take action in respect of lifting up the performance of OMARA and working in particular on
So which problems had you
resourcing.
identified the year before the audit then?
So there were a range of issues identified in the rapid review that I referred to in the opening statement, which was conducted by Christine Nixon, former Police Commissioner in Victoria, and that did trigger a range of steps in terms of activities that the OMARA began to take. It is an issue of building capability over time, which we are doing. The ANAO pointed out a number of other issues as well that we needed to look at in the context of building OMARA's capacity. But it was, I guess, something which had been previously identified. ANAO certainly reinforced some of those findings and also identified some further issues.
But the question remains unanswered. How did this happen? Because this is not something that happened overnight. This is a failure of governance, leadership. Pretty much every failure you could think of, I think, has been identified in here. So how did this actually happen?
Senator, it was a...
yes, you started to identify that things had gone catastrophically wrong, but how did it get to this point without being detected earlier and remedied?
Well, I think what we had, Senator, was a circumstance where we did identify that performance was an issue in terms of the OMARA, I beg your pardon. One of the issues that did contribute to that was the resourcing that was attributed to OMARA over a period of time. We've certainly rectified that, increased resourcing and available staff in OMARA, and that's where the focus is now in terms of building that capability.
But with respect, though, a lot of the findings in here don't relate necessarily to funding. If you've got basic governance and how it does its business is fundamentally flawed, that's not an issue of resourcing.
Senator, I think resourcing is a factor in those sort of issues. You're correct, it's not solely an issue of resourcing. But when you look at the nature of the recommendations, the amount of work that OMARA has since done in respect of putting in those governance structures and processes, that sort of activity does need resourcing and need focus, and Ms Winch has been driving that focus.
But it still doesn't explain how it happened.
I think, Senator, really that's the evidence I can provide in that context is that history of the previous review, the fact that OMARA's resourcing is almost double now what it was in previous periods, and that the department certainly recognised the issues and is driving to improve that.
Well, I won't flog a dead horse. If you can't answer it, then that's quite telling in itself. I might just ask sort of a similar question to the ANAO. This is one of the most serious assessments that you can give, and as I said, even for this particular department, it's astounding.
Senator, we talked this morning in other hearing about the difference we see when a regulatory functions in a big department versus when it's in a specified statutory agency. And I've got no view about what this one should be because it is connected to immigration, and that's a very sort of important function of the Department of Home Affairs. And that the rainy day thing can happen. Oh, it's chugging along and nobody's keeping an eye on it, and its connection to the broad function that it's servicing. What it's servicing is migration. So it's keeping an eye on registered migration agents to make sure that people who are seeking to come to Australia can be assisted, and they need to be decent folk. There is a risk always that in these large departments that have got other very important functions as well, like managing the border, collecting customs duty, all the big sort of spread of things that we expect Home Affairs to do, managing cyber resilience, and that some functions can get lost. And I think one of the sort of big lessons for functions like this is to stay connected to the policy that they're servicing. They can sort of become just the registration area or just the checking area, but they're actually servicing a bigger policy function. And what it looks like when you go in and look at this, and we obviously go in and look for the strategy for OMARA, the documentation of risk. We deep dive in all of that. But what it can look like is has this really important regulatory function almost drifted away from the policy intent that it has. And that's a real challenge in very big departments. So it's heartening to hear resourcing's an issue. There's no doubt that putting the right number of people to address risk is always a regulator's issue. What we saw, though, was almost like a degradation of some of the really key things that you need to have to be a successful regulator. And I think you're right, it's happened over time. The real challenge for the Assistant Secretary, Senior Director, is to keep connected to how this function serves the policy purpose of immigration in Australia and not drift away again.
Thank you. Mr. Wooler, does that sound like, in answer to my question, does that sound like it's about right, or something different?
I'd certainly agree that connection to that policy function is a very important part of making sure that the regulator's effective. I'd also make the observation that over the years, I'm talking many years, there's been many different structures where OMARA or a predecessor that performed the functions of OMARA was situated, so there have been different approaches over the years. What we have at the moment is OMARA as a key part of the broader immigration group, which means there's a strong connection with immigration policy, but also the immigration operations.
It sounds to me like part of the challenge has been a lack of resources, which you said has been rectified, and perhaps priorities. I mean, I think this is a really high priority. I think it's really important because of the issue that we spoke about earlier in terms of the vulnerability of people. And as Senator Reynolds said, it is unbelievable how many people come into our office saying they've had a bad experience. So can you just explain a bit more about what you just said there in relation to being more connected with the broader policy framework of the agency?
So OMARA currently sits within the broader immigration group, which provides immigration policy, program management and delivery functions for government. So within that context, it means OMARA is connected to what is happening in respect of policy broadly, but also what we're doing in respect of immigration program management and delivery. There is as I said, substantial uplift in staffing numbers in OMARA. They're co-located with our offices in mostly in Parramatta, but I think in some other locations as well.
Sorry, your FTE has been increased up to 63. I think at the time of the audit it was about 41. How are you tracking towards the full FTE?
Yep, I think the base we were coming off was
Yeah, so it was 22 around the May 22 period where we identified the need for this uplift. We're currently tracking at 46.69 FTE with the full intention to get to the budgeted staffing levels as required by 30 June next year. And we'll be focusing those resources predominantly on our compliance and investigation spaces.
I see. Oh, sorry, Linda.
No. Oh, you go. I'll come back.
Maybe just to follow on, just kind of thinking more broadly, like if on your website, one of your primary roles is to investigate complaints about registered migration agents to help protect consumers, and in 2021 there were 0 monitoring activities, like, what would you say about the attitude of the... just so then in your submission you talk about an improved risk-based framework for triaging, assessing and investigating complaints. So that would suggest that there was a framework in place during the time when there were 0 investigations. What are the reflections on the organisation now about how you comply with your key obligations?
So I think a couple of things there. Yes, there was a framework in place for trying to identify where the priorities should go when the complaints were received in that earlier 2021 period. What we identified is that we needed to really uplift that. The problem that we all have as regulators, of course, is limited resources and trying to differentiate where they should be focused across a compliance spectrum. So what we had found in that period is that we had a high number of complaints on hand that there was no way of really triaging through, well, what's the lower end of the spectrum, what's the higher end of the spectrum, where we should really be focusing. And again, it goes back to identifying truly what the harm is that we're trying to target from a registered migration agent perspective. So what we've done now is, when we're saying revise, what we did is we looked at a whole raft of criterion that I mentioned previously in terms of what are the key things that will flag to us what a matter is more significant or serious in terms of the alleged misconduct, so that we know what process to put them actually into. So, for example, we have an early resolution process, which I know this committee has spoken about earlier today as well, in terms of identifying the less serious allegations that are able to be dealt with at the quickest opportunity through an educative approach, whether that's an officer in my office picking up the phone and saying to the agent, did this occur? Can you please remind you of your obligations? Pick up your socks in terms of whatever that conduct may be. We've found that really useful in terms of being able to stop the conduct straight away, stop it increasing, and being able to educate. And we often see that those types of matters are coming through from the less experienced registered migration agents who may not be aware of their obligations. So that's great from an educative perspective. Where it does also allow us to identify is the allegations of more serious misconduct. So those criterion such as the monetary value that may have been impacted on a consumer of migration advice, the impact on the migration program, is it systemic conduct that continues to occur, etc. They're the criterion that we will focus on in terms of saying that needs to go through a full investigation and consideration of possible disciplinary action as appropriate.
Thank you. So does that mean then, that's really great to hear, but does that mean then before you didn't have a model to assess the level of severity or seriousness to then triage how you deal with the complaints? Does that mean every complaint that you got, like, I just don't understand how, like, it was 0 and then now you've got a process, but you would have had them before. Why 0 then?
So I think, just for clarity, the reference to 0 was monitoring activities. So one of our other primary functions under the Migration Act is to monitor the ongoing conduct of registered migration agents. And as the report rightly identified, monitoring activities was not occurring in the Omara around that 2021-ish period. And that was again due to resourcing priorities. So investigations one space, compliance monitoring activities another, but of course they do feed in and are relevant to both. That's why a key improvement that we have made is that we have implemented the compliance and monitoring framework, and monitoring activities are now underway.
Yeah, thanks.
got a whole range of others, but I'll...
Thanks, Will. Yeah.
Hand on to...
So in relation to the audit, the risk matrix and the findings of the audit, just to continue on from in this line, so what the report found is that the allegations of agent misconduct that generated political or media interest that were on par in terms of importance with the nature of the alleged conduct. So is that one of the factors that has changed in terms of how you rate risk and triage?
Yeah, so it is certainly, it's an element of our triage process. So we have 9 criterion, which I was explaining before. The ANAO in their report commented that those 9 criteria aren't weighted in terms of one having more importance. But what the criterion actually does do is it actually has, whilst those 9 criterion against each other aren't weighted, there are weighted elements of each. So, for example, one of them might not be applicable to particular circumstances, so it acquires no point system, if you like, in terms of that criterion. So there is an element of it. But what I will say is that part of the work that we're doing with the engagement of our regulatory expert to come in is, again, look at that. So I think the ANAO's comment around needing to improve and look at that and have we got the thresholds right is absolutely something that we are doing, and we will focus on that.
So in terms of monitoring the progress of these new reforms, so the performance outcomes in 23-24 was 75% of less serious complaints are resolved within 90 days and 50% of serious complaints are resolved within 180 days. That still seems a little long, but I understand staffing issues. Is that a criteria? Have you got updated statistics on that, and is it trending in the right direction?
Sure. We've actually revised those performance measures based on the work that we did with the ANAO. We had a look at that, and one of the primary comments in the report was we could have been better in terms of reflecting our performance through our regulatory outcomes. So we've actually implemented 4 new performance measures for this year, and they go specifically to our investigations stream of work that we have, our early resolution stream of work, our registration stream of work, and then also we have a measure around our legacy caseload, going to the point around there are a number of matters sitting with us, and us as a regulator need to be more timely in terms of resolving those complaints.
So your triage, so again you're adopting this triage approach now for the legacy cases as well?
Correct.
Okay,
correct.
Thanks. Do you want to go next, and I'll just... Do you want to...
Yeah, so just in terms of the renewal process, I understand that in 66, including the 66 RMAs, that is RMAs that have received 10 or more complaints but haven't been sanctioned, as per the report, there is one agent who has been registered annually since 2009 and is subject to 64 complaints. Were any of these annual registrations renewed using the automated approval process, and have you reviewed that automated process since?
Absolutely.
This report?
So I think that is one of the primary learnings from the report. We have certainly ceased auto-grant. All registration applications, initial and repeat, are manually processed by a delegate within our office. The benefit of that is it allows us to give that increased scrutiny in terms of fit and proper person and person of integrity elements of the registration requirement. Greater scrutiny. It also, we've enhanced our governance frameworks, our training and support materials for our team, our officers who are making these decisions. So there's been some significant improvements in terms of our registration processes.
Yeah. And have you gone backwards in terms of like reviewing those that were automatically renewed under the previous, not just the ones that have generated complaints, but broader kind of look backwards to get assurance about
in terms
criteria?
In terms of the obligations of auto-grant, we've made, as the recommendation said, we have assured ourselves in terms of the legalities, in terms of status of registration, to make sure that everyone is registered as they're required to be under the Act. So that has been sorted out. In terms of going backwards. The annual renewal process dictates that now that we have...
Just do it going forward.
Correct. We now have a registered cohort, lawfully registered, etc., etc.
Yep.
So in the report, I think there was something like 250 people who were registered who hadn't met the professional development and training requirements. So what's happened to them?
To those. So the report mentioned 267 registered migration agents who may have not met the mandatory CPD requirements in that relevant registration period. And from memory, I believe there wasn't a specified time frame upon which that data is drawn. So what we did is a level of assessment with our own internal case management support team, as well as our external provider of our data set. And what we did is our own analysis, and we were able to identify a much smaller cohort, around 34 registered migration agents who, due to a system anomaly, over a period of time didn't have the requisite number required. But again, we, as a department, took assurances that had we, are they lawfully registered just because they didn't have the requisite number of points during that registration period, and we have assured ourselves that no remedial action is required to be taken.
Could I come to two areas? One is, do you do any work to monitor or to check for people who have got to put their shingle out as a migration agent but are not? So do you, and I understand that it does occur. Yes, it does. So do you do any work in that area?
So what you'd be referring to is the unlawful provision of immigration assistance, those people who are not able to lawfully provide immigration assistance in Australia. No, MARA's remit is in respect of registered migration agents, but where we do come across allegations that may involve an unlawful provider, we work very closely with our colleagues in the Australian Border Force who have the remit in terms of investigations and prosecution of unlawful providers under the Migration Act.
Would you know how many of those they've actually pursued?
I don't have that information.
Would you mind taking that, might flick that to ABF, but I think that's maybe where some of the problem is that nobody's really responsible for cleaning out that sort of end of the unlawful, what do you call it?
Unlawful providers of immigration assistance.
Providers. So in relation to the conduct of lawful providers, registered providers, there's a number of things that I've become aware of in terms of how they can facilitate unlawful activities, and the sex trade, and also in the fruit and veg industry, people working unlawfully quite often have a visa. So it's not that they've had a regular entry into the country, but they do have legitimate visas, and that system is abused. So they get cycled in and out of the country, and on legitimate visas, but they're actually in slavery conditions here in the sex trade and in other industries. Do you have any remit, or do you have any way of analysing some of your data, or does maybe ABF or the Federal Police engage with you in relation to some of these unlawful activities that they facilitate? Not everybody, of course, but there are some who do.
Absolutely. So in terms of us working with our colleagues, definitely. So where there is an allegation of any suspected misconduct of a registered migration agent, that of course will come our way. We work very closely with our immigration compliance colleagues in terms of what levers are available to try and detect and disrupt this type of activity happening in the ecosystem. And we are certainly working across, and I mentioned our work with our stakeholders like ASQA, for example, with education agents, etc., trying to really get to where these cohorts of people might be operating so that we can take whatever levers we have in our
So that was going to be the next sector, which it is abused. So if they're, for example, you've got migration agents who are processing or assisting with a large number of, or facilitating tourist visas. I mean, that would be quite unusual, I would have thought, for people to engage a migration agent for a tourist visa. So do you rely on all of these issues that come to your attention that you investigate? Are they all complaint driven or tip-off driven? Or do you have some way of actually analysing criminal behaviour or criminal facilitation?
To detect it. So allegations will come through a number of mechanisms into the OMARA. So, of course, complaint led from a complainant is number one, but we also have departmental referrals. So our integrity teams might be looking at particular caseloads, for example, finding anomalies in particular applications. So we will receive a number of referrals that way. Externally, colleagues across other agencies will often refer information to us, etc. So there are a number of means.
Would you mind taking on notice?
I might just add, Senator, just in terms of that immigration integrity work, there's a perpetual cycle of feedback in terms of what happens with visas that were granted and what those outcomes were, and then there's a whole lot of analysis that goes into the basis for granting those visas and the sort of trends of concern that we might see. In undertaking that work, where there's migration activity that's of concern, that would be something that would be referred to OMARA. I'd also make the broader point that there are circumstances where there's wider investigations that might involve issues beyond OMARA's scope, but might additionally involve potential OMARA breaches, and OMARA works with other agencies in terms of how they're handled. And there's in some circumstances it might be that the more serious offence is the one that's pursued. And OMARA may be aware of the issue, but in cooperation with other agencies and ongoing investigations, they would let that serious offence be pursued.
So, for example, if you've got the AFP and Border Force engaged in a raid on a farm, for example, and there's a large number of illegal workers there, who have their passports taken away, but they may well have a legitimate some type of visa. So is that sort of circumstance that they would then refer to OMARA to see whether, for example, the same agent, the same migration agent had done all of their visas or advised on all of them?
That sort of information would be the department's compliance network and immigration integrity network would hold that sort of information around which particular agent was declared in a particular application, and again where there's patterns that are occurring.
Would you mind taking, perhaps from Home Affairs perspective and also OMARA's perspective, just be interested to see how that works and how many referrals you've had for that sort of irregular behaviour that you've found through analysis, and how many you may have pursued? And
sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. We've got about 2 more minutes. Yeah. Can I thank you both for joining us this afternoon. The question on notice, if we could get that back by the 6th of December, that would be great. And obviously any other questions to you from the committee will come to you in writing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And good luck with your reforms.
Thank you.
Can I now call representatives from the Department of Finance and the Australian, well, the ANO is here, but Department of Finance. Thank you so much. So for the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Good afternoon, Committee. Rachel Antone, First Assistant Secretary, Risk Claims and Regulatory Reform at the Department of Finance.
Welcome back.
Thanks, yes. Frequent flyer.
Yes.
Sorry, Rona Mello, Deputy Auditor General.
Caroline McLeish, Auditor General.
Carla Jago, Acting Deputy Auditor General.
As a frequent flyer, you would know, but I have some formalities I just need to go through. The hearing is a formal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false, misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I remind committee members that public officials should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions to superior officers or to a minister. However, this does not preclude questions being asked about the explanation of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and accompanied by a statement setting out the basis of the claim. Are there any brief opening statements?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll hand over for questions, and I'll start with Lisa if you've got anything.
Yeah. I'm new to this committee. I wonder, and I don't know how you kind of follow the submissions and today's proceedings, but just sort of overall observations from your perspective, if you have any, in terms of the approach of the Department of Finance in the work that you do, and what you've seen today from the kind of various witnesses and the submissions they've put in terms of any reflections you have on the sorts of things that Department of Finance can take away from the discussions we've had?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Look, absolutely. Inquiries of this nature and indeed all of the reporting of the ANAO through various audits are incredibly instructive for the Department of Finance. My team and I have been keeping a close ear and eye on the proceedings today. And actually, in terms of overall reflections, what we've heard is not at all surprising and certainly aligns with the trajectory that we're on in terms of supporting our colleagues across the service towards best practice regulation and regulatory performance and practice. So the types of things that have been surfaced throughout the day, topics such as continuous monitoring, improvement of systems, transparency and accountability, and the effectiveness of kind of the combination of systems and decisions, issues around enforcement or compliance. Those are all areas that we have been focusing on quite closely over the last kind of 12 to 18 months, and that fed into the development of the regulatory policy, practice and performance framework that's been touched on today as well.
Yeah. And what does your department see as the greatest barriers that your colleagues have in being able to utilise the tools and frameworks and guidance that's provided by Department of Finance? I know that's a very broad question, but picking out examples where things perhaps are not as good as they could be, like what's your observation around what the barriers are to, being better?
Look, Senator, to assist you with this question without giving my opinion, I suppose, is a little bit tricky, but I might just refer to the 6 principles in our framework, because I do believe that, as I say, these issues and challenges are what then fed into those focus areas. So the 6 principles, which no doubt you would have before you: targeted and risk-based, integrated in existing systems, user-centred, evidence-based and data-driven, reflective of the digital era, continuous improvement and being outcomes focused. I suppose there are some themes there that probably speak to some of the challenges that we're all faced with. The first being, ensuring that we have a way in which we can measure what is a proportionate regulatory intervention or a proportionate response to a risk. And a lot of that needs a really solid feedback loop. So those on the ground doing the implementation, ensuring that they are then connected back into the policymakers in order to ensure that our regulatory policy remains on the beat, informed by reality on the ground, and responsive as the environment changes. That, of course, can't happen in a meaningful way without a good, solid evidence base and data to support it, which in turn then, I think, leads you to wonder about the systems that capture that evidence and the data, and then the challenges that come with, collecting and holding and managing an evidence base, be it challenges that arise from digital capability or indeed the pace of change out there with respect to digital. So those sorts of areas have been topics of conversation on our regulator leadership cohort group, and indeed digital in particular is an area that they have identified as a priority area for consideration over the next iteration of that group, and we in the Department of Finance are doing our best to bring together the various perspectives, the policy underpinning these things, and of course our understanding of budget and constraints around how much we can do within the envelope we have to the table to support those regulators in their consideration of these challenges.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. So I guess the biggest question in my mind is, in light of these findings about the regulators not being effective in regulating what they're legally obliged to do, so is a principles-based approach something that you're now reviewing, because it doesn't seem to be working, particularly in relation to regulators? So are you looking at doing something, because you referred to, what is it? Something. You didn't say quite a cop on the beat, but implying that there was more regulatory authority that finance had under these frameworks. So is this something you're reviewing, or are you looking at ways of actually making a principles-based approach sufficient?
Thank you, Senator. I guess I will start by saying that we are dealing with a very broad and diverse cohort of entities and functions. So from our end, whenever we talk about our broader frameworks of accountability under the PGPA Act or rules and guidance that are principles-based, it's fundamentally to account for that diversity. So in every context, the reality of what the best way is to regulate will look slightly different, and we'll be dealing with a variety of risks in very different contexts. So for that reason, we need to ensure that our rules first and foremost, and then our guidance are applicable in the variety of contexts, that they can be fit for purpose in those contexts without being hard and fast in a way that would then...
But to play devil's advocate to that approach, yes, they are all different, but the bottom line is they have legislative requirements to regulate incredibly important areas. Yes, they're diverse areas, but the principles that they have to adhere to, and in terms of adopting best practice, isn't different. So if you have a look at the ways that they've managed not to do it effectively, is consistent in terms of issues with how they, with having a risk-based approach, with having proper data, metrics, performance measures, how they report that and assess that. So these are consistent process issues, even though they're regulating quite diverse areas. So if they're not getting the process right, how is that so different for different organisations? I'm trying to understand the relevancy of different areas they're regulating, but they're still regulating and still have consistency in what how they perform their functions.
Sure. I'm not terribly sure what the question is at this point, Senator, but it may assist to kind of talk through what we are doing.
I'll be more precise. So my main question is about a principles-based approach.
Sure.
And you have gone, in that response, you've gone to, well, they're very different organisations, they're regulating different things, which is very evident. But the process issues that have been found consistently in these ANAO reports are not different. So they're not adopting best practice in terms of how they do their business. So is a principles-based approach, given that critical agencies or regulators are failing to do their job properly? So the basic question about that is then...
Sure.
Is about the legitimacy or the effectiveness of a principles-based approach.
Sure. The principles-based approach that we've often touched on in various contexts, Senator, is but one piece of the puzzle, I would suggest. We are operating within a broader tapestry, I think. So for each regulator, as you point out, many of them are operating by reference to legislation that enables them, some not as clear-cut, but in every context...
Which they're not meeting.
Every regulatory power stems from somewhere, and so there are some hard and fast rules, and indeed then some other broader frameworks such as the PGPA Act and other hard and fast rules, and then supporting all of that is the principles, the guidance, the advice that the department provides, in some instances very hands-on training, in some instances, such as in the regulatory space, a raft of things which I can talk to you about, which we are currently doing and plan to do over the next 12 months. So coupled with the function that the very important function that the ANAO plays, we are able to surface those issues that you're referring to, Senator, and have that feedback loop provide us with a basis for change.
And I asked Home Affairs just before this, why on earth has it taken the ANAO? Things were so badly wrong for so long, and it was blindingly obvious to any politician who's ever served in this place over the last decade. So in this case, how have they got their administration, all of their business procedures and practices and processes, how have they got it so wrong? And it's never been picked up. It only gets picked up when the ANAO come in and find significant issues. Is it because it's a principle-based approach and no one's checking? Finance is not checking. How is this the case?
Senator, I guess I can't help but think of what the alternative could be, because in a sense someone is checking, and that is the ANAO, and indeed to the extent that we are constantly engaging with our colleagues, we also are in a sense receiving that feedback in order to provide the support we need. And the checks and balances that fall upon each accountable authority are also there. And, you know, it does not guarantee that we will always surface issues as, you know, on day one. But those checks and balances are there to ensure that we are all accountable for the practices and the compliance of each entity.
But I think the ANAO is finding that they're not working. And the fact is ANAO cannot audit every single entity every single year, every single regulator, along with everything else they do. Okay, well, can you just explain then the difference between a statement of activity and a performance measure from Finance's perspective?
A performance measure is a clear articulation of the way in which the entity will give effect to its functional outcome and how it will be measured to make a judgment on whether it's given effect to that. And so obligations flow under the PGPA Act framework with respect to each performance measure in terms of reporting annually, etc. So I'm not sure if there's any more detail you need there, Senator.
I do, because one of the findings, as I understand, I might ask for some more clarity from the ANAO, but my understanding is that in a number of the regulators, they've found that they do statements of activity, which means they're doing a lot of stuff, but they're not actually measuring. They're almost used to say as performance metrics, which clearly have to have standards which link back to what they're legislatively required to do, and you can measure their performance. So what is the value of a statement of activity?
Sure.
Is there?
Sorry, did you say that the ANAO's view on that matter? Or?
Well, the ANAO have found that. I'm just wondering what Finance's perspective is on that, where regulators do not provide performance metrics against what they're there and paid and legislatively required to do. They provide a list of stuff they do.
Sure.
Maybe ANO?
I might start, because I think there's a real challenge for regulators to report on what they're doing and make it meaningful, rather than we did 20 phone calls and 60 letters and that kind of thing. It's what impact does the regulation have in meeting the intent of the regulation that they're implementing. And I think there's a real challenge here, and it's a link between the planning, the activity and the reporting.
Yes.
And what we're seeing is people counting what they do, not taking it towards the regulated impact. And the PGPA reporting framework, the rule, actually starts to push you there. So early on in the journey of performance statements auditing, Finance suggested to us that we went into a regulator and had a look at the performance statement. So we went into agriculture. And what we saw, this was in the transition from separate regulator reporting into the PGPA rule. So now in the corporate plan of an entity, you'll see all of their measures, including their regulation measures, and we audit it in the big entities. And I guess what we're seeing is probably not really meaningful reporting of regulatory activity in corporate performance statements that take you to is the regulation having an impact. So we're still seeing counting. We'll do even your previous witnesses talking about Amara. Their performance measure in Home Affairs corporate plan is counting stuff, not saying whether it's making a difference. So there's a real challenge here, and I think Finance is responsible for the PGPA reporting rule. It's in the PGPA rule, and whether or not we can have a look across the reporting that's being done by regulators and see whether or not there's something emerging as good practice. It is a subject that this committee's taken to heart, not just the sort of principles-based issue, but is the performance reporting driving better information and outcomes? And
is there an issue around that there's so much difference in reporting?
I think
in the style of reporting.
I think that's right. I think what we haven't sort of nailed across the sector yet is what does good regulator performance reporting look like.
That's what it sounds like.
And so you do get this kind, and there, the testimony here is that there's a diversity of regulators. Absolutely true. You've seen them today, TGA and NMI and all of these different things. But what are the key fundamental things that the Parliament ought to know about the outcomes?
I guess where I'm going to is there, whilst they're all different and very diverse, accepted, but are there one or two or three core things you want them all to answer?
I think there's probably a goal in that. And I think that's something that Finance and the ANAO could start working towards, because we've got a little bit of...
That's what it sounds like.
We've got experience under our belts now in this rule and what the regulators are doing, and getting towards some better practice measures might actually start bringing things together
What do you
better.
think of that, Rachel?
Thank you, Chair. No, I think this is an excellent conversation, and if I may add to it, I mean, it's from our perspective, it is a matter of a journey and maturity, and it has been for all of us in terms of performance measures, I have to say. And the PGPA Act framework came in and began to shift the focus from outputs to outcomes in order for us to really be asking ourselves the difficult questions of what does it actually mean to achieve X function or Y role, and we've found, across the service, and I'm sure the ANAO could speak to this, that this takes a bit of time to really pinpoint a level of maturity that then makes for meaningful conversations around performance. And so, regulators, of course, have been around for a long time, but certainly this wave of how we look at performance and how we measure performance is relatively new. Indeed, the relevant Resource Management Guide 128 for regulators was updated substantively in November 2022. Since then, we've had more said about performance, with regulator performance reporting under the RMG commencing just in July 2023, and then the body of work that we've since undertaken to develop this framework I referred to, which was landed just in August this year. So we're on, it is unfortunately taking a bit of time, but we are on this journey, and I think that's right. My colleague is right in saying there's more to be done, and the reports that have been considered by the committee through this inquiry, as well as other reports, do indicate that there is more for us to do, and performance reporting is a very good area. In terms of the maturity that I'm talking about, we are doing a little bit more work in that space, if I may take a moment to talk you through it. So having landed the policy, practice and performance framework in August this year, we've gone on to work on a number of projects to support making real practical meaning of those of that framework and the principles within it. And part of that work is developing what we're referring to as a maturity model, but essentially a roadmap in order for regulators to be able to take steps from wherever they are towards best practice. So we currently have a prototype which is being user tested with a small group of regulators who vary in size and regulatory function. And we're hoping to kind of undertake this pilot and complete it by about March next year. In the meantime, there's nothing preventing us from working with all of the regulators across the board and progressing their journeys, and indeed having these lessons that we've heard about today and what they tell us feed into this prototype that I've referred to. So this maturity model, we hope, will be a tool to help regulators measure their maturity and supports the implementation of our framework in a structured fashion. We feel that it complements those principles that I walked you through very quickly earlier, and focuses on regulators' ability to do certain things, deliver on their regulatory objectives, use a variety of regulatory tools and techniques, including compliance and enforcement, adjusted to their circumstances, of course, develop appropriate, transparent relationships with their stakeholders, their peers, etc., including their regulated community, and build an effective regulatory culture so that we can actually foster the type of growth we need to see over time. We, of course, welcome the views of this committee, and will feed in any recommendations through consideration of that process, but also welcome working closely with our ANAO colleagues, which we do in other contexts as well. One of my other responsibilities is risk, and we've indeed had our ANAO colleagues discuss their insights into risk management across the service as well, and we look forward to working with them on this too.
So thank you very much. That was very helpful to learn about the maturity model and the practice and policy framework. If you could take on notice, if you could provide us detail of that, sure, and sort of what that roadmap looks like that you're trialling. So coming back to my original question to you, is a principles-based approach sufficient? I think from what you've just described, the answer is actually no. Because what's your... And I didn't get that answer from you, but by having to put together this roadmap and a maturity model to help them implement a principles-based approach would suggest to me that the principles-based model to give them the principles and say go for it yourself and figure it out yourself is not sufficient, and that you've now matured that very sensibly into a roadmap for what that looks like for regulators in terms of how to implement the principles.
Senator, I suppose it's something that we may have to differ on. I see the maturity model and the principles being, as I say, part of a bigger picture, a tapestry of very hard and fast rules. But at its core, I suppose, we are talking about the devolved framework, that is the PGPA Act framework, and we are talking about each entity having an accountable authority that is responsible for delivering.
Very masterfully answered. But ultimately, you had a model where you've had the, was it 6 principles or whatever, 5 or 6 that you've discussed. And initially, it was up to, in this case, regulators to figure it out themselves, how to actually implement it, which clearly hasn't always worked, very clearly in this case of this inquiry. So you're now supplementing principles with a detail, like an instruction manual that they can follow step by step to actually implement the principles.
I might just clarify, Senator. So the framework, as I said, was only finalised and published in August this year.
Yes.
There's not been much light of day between then and when we commenced work on the maturity model. The maturity model is a way in which we can enable regulators to measure the implementation of the framework in a consistent and structured way. So I think it goes to some of the points you've made that actually sometimes it is difficult to pinpoint how we measure whether best practice is being followed, and this will assist in achieving that.
So can I ask then, so with the maturity model and the roadmap that you're now I think you called it roadmap to best practice, so that you're trialling between now and March, so the 4 key flaws, I guess, consistent flaws found in the audits the ANAO did: failure to undertake a risk-based assessment of compliance risk, inappropriate compliance plans not underpinned by robust risk assessments, failure to undertake appropriate monitoring of the regulated industry and to use its regulatory powers effectively to address instances of non-compliance, and the 4th major, I said, consistent finding was an absence of robust performance measures or evaluation frameworks. So pretty significant failures and consistent ones. So will this new roadmap, will that actually address all of those 4 issues?
I'll take that away, Senator. I think, that the fact of the ANAO's work in this space, as I say, is part of our safeguards and what feeds back in to that feedback loop. So I think what you've outlined probably, to my mind, fall into 2 categories: monitoring and compliance, and performance measures. So they're 2 areas we'll take away. Thank you.
So yes, so if you could take those 2 areas away, but also those 4 specific aspects,
Yep.
and just highlight in the maturity model roadmap how each of those will be addressed.
Sure, thank
by
you.
the agency and trialled. I just want that, if the ANAO, if the Auditor General or Deputy Ms Jago has any reflections on this aspect.
I do at one level that, finance is putting out information that's tailored to a sector of the service. I think that's great. Some of the things that we're seeing won't get necessarily picked up easily in the principles because we see them at both the individual entity and the system level. The principles don't go to some of the issues that we've heard about today too. So the performance reporting isn't really covered in those principles. Really looking at things you need to have in place to do regulation, to do the perform regulation. And some of the things we've seen today is the impact analysis. So that's at the policy end of deciding whether you want regulation. Yeah. Some of the things we've seen today go directly to the risk process that the department or agency uses. And some of the things we've also seen is the extent of the use of powers. whether or not people are that matching of risk to what are the powers that we have to deal with it. So they're down in the regulatory activity. So you sort of can't complain about principles. The 6 that are there look fine. It's interesting that there isn't one about performance reporting. Because one should think through how it's going to report on performance, because that links to every one of those 6 things. And I think the other interesting thing is this really important piece of the architecture and regulation in the Commonwealth, which is the Minister's Statement of Expectations and the Statements of Intent by the regulators. And those Minister's statements, they're right in the accountability stream, those statements of expectations and intent. And the intentions should set out clearly back to the Minister exactly how we're going to manage risk here and how we'll report on it. We're actually doing a whole of sector audit at the moment on Minister's Statements of Expectations and Responses Statements of Intent. There's a whole loop of thoughtfulness in which these 6 principles fit. They're not going to save the individual entity from some of the things we've seen today. The individual entity needs to do that. But we would have to say that performance reporting against good performance measures needs to be thought of at the start and drive all of those things.
It seems to me that, and thank you for that, but, you know, the powerful thing that could happen here, and we've all been in and around government for longer than we'd probably like to admit, but, you know, the old silo mentality of government agencies. This may be one area that you could have some, like I said, you know, 2 or 3 things that you'd want every regulatory agency to measure, and it may be, it's not just counting. And it seems to me also that some of the regulatory agencies need to face up to a few things, if I can put it that way.
Well, thank you, Chair. I think this has been a very constructive conversation. Just on the point of performance measures, you know, our sense was we didn't want to have a kind of proliferation of commentary on performance measures, because the department already has a framework for performance measures. The ANAO has, you know, certain documents that relate to performance measures. But I think this has been really helpful, and it indicates that maybe there is some work to be done to contextualise that framework of performance measures for regulators. And so we look forward to working closely with the ANAO and our regulator leadership cohort on that, because we do have this established network of regulators and some very keen and committed regulator heads who have dedicated their time to working with their colleagues on such topics. So we'll certainly table that. And to that end, I've, in my last conversation with the now chair of that group, the regulator leadership cohort, we did have a good discussion around risk, and where we've committed to exploring the different ways in which the regulators do implement the risk management policy of the Commonwealth, and the ways in which they then have that inform their, you know, decisions around systems and enforcement and compliance, etc.
So thank you for that. So in relation to the maturity model and what you provide back to the committee, if you could also pick up some of the points the Deputy Auditor General has mentioned, because, so as you described it, and I think it sounds like a very good process, but you said that so organisations can work up where they're up to, but I suspect from what we've seen, the evidence that we've had from these reports, that there will be gaps. So they might self-assess, well, we're here, but they don't have a ministerial statement. They don't. So in terms of actually identifying where they are, it would also be, you know, backcasting to make sure that they've not only got the right documents, but they're actually implementing them properly. and then sort of looking forward. So if you could have a look at some of those other issues, and so you rightly point out that there are performance measures out there, but it's clear from these audits that they're not necessarily being used.
Sure.
And no one's picked up before this that they're not actually using them.
Thank you, Senator. We will.
Okay, that's it for me.
Okay, well, look, thank you for giving evidence here today. If you've taken any questions and you have a couple of things on notice, if we could get those by the 6th of December, that would be terrific. And if there are any other questions, we'll write to you through the Secretariat. So on that note, I will close today's hearing and thank all members all members and witnesses for their attendance here today, and declare the hearing and the meeting closed.
Thank you. Might also be useful.